Let's begin to reassemble, please. Athena, I think we'll go ahead and take the screen down so I can see who's connected. We're waiting for people to reassemble, and then I will call the special meeting of the town council and the remaining school committee members to order. Athena, I think the audience is already open. And so could we please begin recording?
We're recording.
Thank you. Good evening. It is September 18th, 2023. This is a special meeting of the town council and the remaining members of the Amherst School Committee. The open meeting law has been extended. It allows us to continue to meet in a hybrid format. While several of us are in the room. In fact, we have 8 counselors in the room tonight and others on Zoom. And we are being joined by 2 members of the school committee. The meeting is accessible in real time via Zoom, by phone, and as a live broadcast on Amherst Media Channel 9 and live stream. Given that we have a quorum of the council present, I am calling the September 18, 2023 Town Council meeting to order at 6:31 p.m. I'll call upon each counselor to make sure they can hear us and we can hear them. And then go on to the school committee. Please indicate that by answering yes. Shalini Balmilne.
Present.
Pat DeAngelis.
Present.
Elena Devlin Gothier.
Present.
Lynn Griesmer is present. Mandy Jo Haneke.
Present.
Anika Lopes,
Present.
Michelle Miller,
Present.
Dorothy Pam,
Here.
Pam Rooney,
Here.
Kathy Shane,
Here.
Andy Steinberg,
Present.
Jennifer Taub,
Here.
and Alicia Walker has told me she will be here, but maybe not for this meeting. Okay. At this time, we would also like to again welcome the 2 remaining Amherst School Committee members to the meeting and make sure that they can hear us and we can hear them. Irv Rhodes,
Irv Rose here.
Jennifer Shao.
Present.
There's no chat room for this meeting, and if you have technical issues, please let myself and Athena know, and we will figure out what to do at that point. There is no change in the order of this agenda as posted. I just want to mention a few things in the way of announcements. This is the third of our 4 meetings tonight. We're using the same Zoom link for all of them. On Tuesday, September 26th at 6 o'clock, there will be a special meeting of the Town Council with remaining school committee members to interview candidates to fill the 3 presently vacant Amherst School Committee seats. We will determine at that meeting whether the interviews and/or decision will be made at a special meeting of the Town Council that night or at a special meeting on October 2nd. Please note, candidate statements of interest are due to the clerk of the Town Council by Wednesday. That's this Wednesday, September 20th at 4:00 p.m. If you are interested, there is information on the town's website about your statement of interest and how to submit it. We have added to this meeting tonight, for this particular meeting, a public comment period. Encourage anyone who wishes to speak to make comments about desired questions we might include in our interview of candidates to fill the 3 present vacancies in the Amherst School Committee. There are no people in the room, and so I'm going to ask people in the Zoom audience who would like to make any comments at this time to please raise your hand. I see one hand, and so I'm going to ask and state that residents are welcome to express their views for up to 3 minutes. The committee will not engage in a dialogue or comment on a matter raised during public comment. Martha, please enter the room, state your full name and where you live. You need to unmute. There you go.
Hi, my name is Marta Toro, and I live in 49 Glendale Road. I wanted to know if by putting my letter of intention to cover one of the positions, how would that affect if I am also interested in being a candidate for the school committee? Because it wasn't kind of clear to me, and I wanted to hear directly from all of you or you. How would that affect?
We will answer that question as we go through our discussion later. Okay. I want to
Okay.
make sure that, so your question was if you put your name in for the interim or the 3-month period
Yes,
and also are running for office, is that the question?
yes,
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I wanted to make sure we heard it.
thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Megan St. Marie. Please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Sorry.
Megan,
Mm.
Megan, we can hear you. Would you like to go ahead with your comment?
Oh, you can hear me? Oh, good.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
I wasn't sure if I was in the room. Thank you very much. I just got COVID yesterday, and so I'm a little bit under the weather. I wrote a longer um, public comment that I submitted to the committee, and I'm not going to read the whole thing out loud, but I hope that you'll read it. And the question that I was trying to address is one that I saw come up in the paper recently, um, which was a proposed question that you were going to ask as to whether, sorry, what people thought um, the school committee members could do in terms of placing a superintendent on administrative leave. This was a very contentious question throughout the very difficult months that we've all been through. And I've seen lots of contradictory reports in the news. And Irv Rhodes is my neighbor, as well as being a school committee member. And he gave me information or opinion, he might have framed it as, that the school committee was empowered to do such a thing. So I hope that that will not be a question posed to potential appointees, because I think it is a settled matter of state law. And I encourage you to read my full public comment, which again, I can't read out loud right now, but it is all there with both the misinformation that I've seen in the news and Irv Rhodes' clarification. I want to thank Irv Rhodes, and I also want to thank Jennifer Shao for their continued service on the Amherst School Committee during this very difficult time, and also for their consistent dedication to transparency. And that is a question that I hope you will pose to potential attendees: is what is their commitment to transparency and to communication with the public? Um, I hope that we will have new school committee members who are very much dedicated to civic engagement and to encouraging it. And I also think the town, this is not a question you can pose to potential attendees, but the town is really crying out for a stronger mechanism to enable that sort of civic engagement. And there's been some conversation in the press and also just taken walks in my neighborhood about the need for perhaps an ombudsperson or some other way of dealing with contentious matters. Again, I realize it's not a question you can pose necessarily to potential attendees, but it's something that I just wanted to state for the record, because we've had such a breakdown in communication, which I believe has allowed and enabled the very difficult circumstances that we've had throughout these months to fester. And I hope that we can pull ourselves out of this in a way that's truly healing for all involved. Thank you.
Megan, thank you for joining us. Are there any other questions or, any other public comments at this time? Okay, then we are going to end public comment. And at this point, we are going to go on to the questions. And let me just say, we have two goals tonight. And if people want to ask any other clarifying questions about the process, we'll also have time for that. The first is to finalize the interview questions. And the second is to come back to a remaining issue from our August 28th meeting as to whether we will have any form of public comment and what that form might be like when we hold the interviews and vote our decision regarding 3 people to complete the terms of the present school committee. And as I just mentioned, we'll also have any opportunity for any other questions regarding the process. So let me just mention that I really appreciate the fact that a couple people, one counselor and actually 2, counting myself, and also one school committee member did send me some thoughts about the questions, both in terms of the questions and in terms of the order of the questions. Based on that, you have a memo from me that is in the packet for the public as well, that includes a total of 9 questions. As we did last time, I'm going to go through by section, but I want to call attention to the fact that I provided 3 options for question 4, because that seemed to be a question for which we had not been settled. So the first thing we're going to do is focus on the section called Role of the School Committee and see if there are any questions or comments at this time. And then I want to especially focus on option 4. So let's just focus on 1 through 3 first. Okay, Jennifer?
Sorry, I was raising my hand about 4.
Okay, great. Michelle?
I just would like to make a general comment. It's something that I feel is important to put out there in our meeting tonight and on the record. Last week in our discussion of the questions, there was a comment made by a counselor in relation to the question that we were debating on anti-racist practices. And the comment was something to the effect of, it's a bit like saying, stop beating your husband or stop beating your wife. And I want to say that I believe that was a violation of Rule 6 of our Rules of Procedure. And I would ask that we as a council refrain from making comments like that could evoke strong feelings in some members of the council and or the public. Thank you.
Mandy Jo, questions 1 through 3?
Thank you. My comment relates to question number 3. And as I stated last week, I'm still struggling with this question. Is it, and I guess, I don't know who drafted it. I don't know where it is, but I'm looking at what we're looking for in a response in terms of, is a person supposed to respond to this as to how, if the school committee or the individual school committee is criticized, how will the individual respond during a meeting to that criticism? Or are they supposed to be responding as to how the school committee as a body will be responding to criticism received against the school committee as a body? I think those are 2 very different questions to be asked. And I just want to be more clear as to what this question is getting at.
Okay, let me take a few more comments of people who have their hands up about this question perhaps. And if they do, we'll come back to it and see if we can seek clarification on that. Anna?
Yeah, I think Andy's raising a good point about question 3. I think that it should be up to the individual in terms of how and when they respond to criticism publicly, especially if it's directed at them as a school committee member versus at the body. And I think for the committee as a whole, I would say that wouldn't it be up to the committee to discuss how they would respond to criticism as a committee? So I'm struggling a bit with this because it's going under the assumption that a committee member is expected to respond publicly to critiques of their work or of themselves, when I don't know that that's always needs to be an obligation for a role. I think sometimes internal reflection and behavior change is more impactful than public response. While public acknowledgement can be important. So I am struggling with this question. I'm not offering any changes right now, but I'm struggling with this question. Thanks.
Okay, Jennifer?
So I think this is a rewording of a question I originally submitted. I would be okay with removing publicly, just please share how you would respond to criticism, or please share how you respond to criticism. I think the question is pretty clear that it says school committee members, and then please share how you would respond. I think the question is pretty clear. It doesn't refer to the committee. I'm going to be completely frank and say that the reason I suggested a question like this is because I want to hear from people who, when they're criticized, they don't quit.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. That's the answer, or that's the category of answer that I'm looking for. Thank you.
Dorothy?
Well, I want to say that I don't like question number 3 because there's really only one answer. I would listen. I would see if any of it was true. I would check to see my behavior, blah, blah, blah. I mean, what are you going to say? I'm going to yell and scream and quit and carry on? No, you're not going to say that. So I think it's kind of, it's not going to get what you want because there's this, you're not going to get individual answers, I don't think. Or if you do, the person's really at risk. That's it.
Irv?
The context of this question is really important in terms of three. Number three, we just had and this is why we're here. We had 3 school committee members resign. And to a person, they all indicated it was because of public feedback that was negative. I mean, all of you can read all of that, see it's been in the newspaper, it's on the blogs, etc. Some of them resigned because they thought they were bullied. Some of them couldn't take the continued what they consider to be incredible negative feedback and criticism of them as individuals. So this is a critical question for me. If you are a member of a public body and a controversy erupts, and you are a center of it in one way or another, or it's attributed to you, how do you respond when you're in that situation? Do you resign? Do you quit? Do you leave the body? How would you respond? Would you respond in terms of how it makes you feel, what your thoughts are, your counter to what the criticism is? That is important. For me, it's sort of like you are in the public arena. You are going to be criticized in any number of ways. How are you going to respond to that? And if you really want, for me, at this point in time, I feel like at some level that when you are elected, you are not elected because to serve your term unless you're criticized. You're elected to serve your term. So I really feel like individuals who come into this position come into it to serve their term. And we need to know from their perspective how they respond to being attacked publicly.
Let me try the following. Focusing on not the committee being criticized, but the individual. The
Yes.
school committee members actually should say may receive criticism. Please share how you would respond to criticism, period. I'm not suggesting that's where we're going. I'm just making a suggestion. Anna, you've already spoken. I'm going to go to Pam.
Thank you, because that helps clarify. I was going to say, please share how you would respond to criticism made in public, or how would you respond to criticism in the public? Cutting it off at the word criticism is probably the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. Okay. Pat, you have your hand up.
I'm sort of struggling here. I think that people want to hear one answer to this question, and that bothers me. That's a very odd kind of limitation. The reasons that the 3 people resigned weren't just because they were personally criticized. And I know specifically one of the members felt used by both the public and other members of the school committee. And that person wants to leave Amherst. So this question, I agree. I can't believe it, but I agree with Dorothy Pam. They're going to answer it as one way. And I don't see the purpose of it, except to possibly give permission to a continuation of verbal bullying, which I think we need to address as a community.
Michelle, you've not spoken to this question. I'll take you and then go back to Anna.
Okay. I'm wondering, so school committee members is sort of like personalizes it, it seems, in a way that perhaps saying, elected officials can receive criticism. To me, sort of, I don't know, it just pulls back a little bit from the personalization or the current circumstances, even though I understand that that is sort of the origin story for where the question comes in. I'm not sure, how to deal with the second part of the question yet, so I'm curious what others think about that. But I think maybe making that change to elected officials could help.
We're talking,
Okay, I'm gonna go back to Anna. Oh, actually, Andy, I haven't heard from you yet. And then I'm gonna go to Anna. I promise.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
And-
give
and-
everybody
and I'll be
their
quick
chance.
so that Anna can get onto their comment too. I appreciate the question. I appreciate uh, the various reasons that have been put forward. I do urge us to think about the fact that we're choosing somebody who's serving a very limited term of 2 to 3 months. And this would be a much more relevant question to ask during League of Women Voters public forum, where you're, as a public, electing somebody who's saying they're going to serve for 3 years than it is for us who's going to be choosing somebody who's serving a very limited period.
Okay, Anna.
All right. I think Andy's point is really well taken, and I appreciate that messaging that this is remembering that this is a really limited term. I do think that when we ask questions like this, there are answers that are objectively not what people think anyone's going to want to hear, even if it's their reality, right? So if someone is going in knowing that they receive criticism and then, has I don't know how to frame that, but doesn't have a response that might be broadly encouraged by our world, I guess. I think they're not going to say the quote unquote wrong answer. So I would rather ask, if we want to ask this question, if we want to get at this question, I would rather ask either, tell us about a time where you received criticism and how you handled it, or please share how you'd respond to criticism and give an example of how you've done that in the past. We need to know how they've done it, not just aspirationally, if that's a question that folks need to stay in here. Otherwise, there's, I think it's clear that there's answers that folks want to hear to this. And so it's easy to say that. And I would rather hear how people have done it, as well as how they hope to do it in the future. So I think those two things blended would make this a stronger question. And I agree with Andy's point that, is this the avenue, considering this is a few months of a role? Thanks. And because we're limited on time. Thank you.
Irv.
Andy, I really, really agree with you on what you just said. But not to belabor the point, if this were a different situation where people are getting ready to be elected, it would be a really incredible, germane question. But not to belabor the point, it is one of those questions that is significant given the time and the situation and environment we find ourselves here in Amherst. And also because the reason we're dealing with this is because 3 members resigned, citing public criticism, bullying, etc. So it's a really important question. However, in terms of what you said, Andy, hey, these are going to be 3 months, 4 months, and you're done. So it's not as germane. So I agree with you.
Anika.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, I do agree with Dorothy Pam and also Andy's points, and I also I like Michelle's idea of putting in just speaking to elected officials in general. But I'm wondering if there is a way, if the point of this question is to know and get to the fact that would someone quit, or would they be pushed to their limits, or what their non-negotiables are, is there a possibility of just being more direct with that? Because I don't necessarily know that this comes from the question unless you're really thinking along the lines of, we had people who have resigned and like then they all have the same reason, which I don't believe is the case, even though I think everyone had mentioned similarities. So maybe just, you know, being a little bit more clear and direct if you're talking about, you know, if the question is what would push you to your limit or something around to that effect. I don't have the exact language for it, but if you want to know some more about like what experience has someone had that maybe took them to the brink of whether they didn't know whether they could carry on or thought about quitting, something like that, that would just be more clear. I do agree that with this question, you're probably going to have people just saying whatever we think that they want to hear, including like, I would stick through until the very end, no matter what, you know? That's it.
All right, Shalini.
Yeah, I support what Anna said, making this about an experience where you've received criticism or been in a situation of conflict. And I also want to just take an opportunity to say that what I'm hearing, some of our expectations in the responses, it's sort of setting a tone of either or and not allowing for different people to have had their own experiences and different reasons for what. And so just that expectation that they are going to answer, oh, I'm going to stick it out, is almost suggesting that other people who have quit were, you know, I don't know, it's just pushing us to think about this situation where we're losing out the complexity and compassion for everyone involved. So I would rather that we made it more about a situation from their personal experience of conflict and criticism, and how would you respond to that? Because there is no way of anticipating what any individual is going to go through in the future and the combination, and expecting them to respond in a way that would be desirable to us. Thank you.
So one option is to just say, please share how you would respond or how you have responded to criticism in the past. Irv?
You know, this question is complex in a lot of different ways, and there's no simple answer to it. And what we're trying to get at is how a person responds to adversity in one form or the other. However, I really agree again with Andy that this question, because of the short-term nature of the position, is one that should not be asked.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that for the moment, we leave this question and come back to it and go on to question 4. A and B were submitted by different members of the body here. And C is somewhat of a statement similar to the one that Irv actually offered last week. I personally liked it, but that's my own opinion. So I'm waiting for hands. Irv?
My hand was still up, but you know, I really resonate with B. And the reason I resonate with B is because that is the very definition of anti-racism. And it makes it personal because it says, how will you, as a school committee member, ensure that current efforts to end policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs that result in the continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race are continued and sustained. And to me, that is the very definition of racism. I mean, of anti-racism. That's what that is. That statement is directly related to and correlated with what anti-racism is.
Okay, Jennifer?
So my preference is what is item A, option A. Again, I was the one who first suggested this question. Specific, and I was specific when I said the school committee's practices, processes, and decisions being anti-racist. I'm okay with the other descriptors that were added in option A, because I wasn't really talking about school policies being anti-racist, although that is a good topic as well. I was talking about the way the committee operates, the way that we make decisions, the way that our meetings are held, the way that the practices that we have. These are things that individual members can impact. Item B, policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs. I don't know that a school committee member has much impact on behaviors and beliefs. Behaviors and beliefs of who? So my objective with this question was not to end having an unfair advantage based on race, but my original intention was the way the committee operates. There can be, how can we bring forth anti-racist practice and the ways that the committee operates? So I'm in favor of option A.
Dorothy?
I agree with Irv that there is a very big difference between B and C. B is to look at, evaluate, and perhaps stop or change practices that may have been there a long time, that you may be fond of, that the community may like and be used to. Whereas C is much easier. It's adding nice new things. And if you want to dismantle unfair practices and racism, then B, I think, really fits the bill better. It is harder, it is more challenging, but it requires a much stronger, more careful look at things. Thank you.
Mandy Jo?
So I support Jennifer's in favoring option A here. I would add it. I would do a little bit of Scrivener welcome in the part that says welcome diverse, ethnic perspectives. Diverse gender, ethnic perspectives. I would add the word and between gender and ethnic. But I think it gets much more to the original purpose of the question while expanding it in light of the most recent issues that the school community has been facing. Question B to me is kind of confusing, but it also in my mind assumes or assumes that candidates have an extensive knowledge of what the current efforts to end policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs are. Where the school committee might not even be involved in those efforts, as Jennifer indicated. Not all rules, not all the efforts going on in the school district come from the school committee. And so I would prefer option A.
Okay. I'm going to go to Pat DeAngelis and then back to Irv.
Thank you. I prefer A as well. It includes me. I'm a queer woman. B does not include me. And the issue that we're facing in the school not only is ongoing racism in our school, but ongoing gender discrimination, in many forms, just plain male-female, but also in terms of young people who are trans, who are really already it can be in an emotionally rocky place. Question A addresses that in some way. Question B does not.
Shalini?
I think we could add gender, ethnic perspectives to B and make it applicable to the different differences and being more inclusive. But I do like B more just because I think our behaviors and our beliefs are important in terms of how we're showing up and creating those spaces. And just very quickly, as an example for our town council, when we had the discussion, should we give 3 minutes for there was a time they were trying to make our meetings more efficient, and we talked about should it be 3 minutes or 1 minute, and I had raised the point that people with different neural diversity and how they think and need more time, or people where English is a second language sometimes need more time to process. So it was that understanding and that there can be differences allowed us to change that policy and adapt to making it 3 minutes. We can have policies of requiring all leaders to go through anti-racism training and gender sensitivity and all of these sort of training. So I think being more specific and highlighting, I think it's not that they will, it's only for 3 months. So that's the other point, is that do we want this question here, or, but I think having it here just sets the tone, even if the people are not going to be ending up crafting these policies, but it's just signaling that how each of us is showing up is always with that awareness that I am bringing a particular lens, and I'm making room, and am I making room to hear other people who might have different ways of thinking. So.
Irv, I'm going to come back to you and then go on to Dorothy and Michelle and back to Pam. To Pat. Irv?
Well, this is rather interesting. This question all came up only because of anti-racist. There was nothing, it was the question specifically when it was started out, if you go back to the original question, it was anti-racist. And this is what the whole discussion is about. Now it has morphed into not only anti-racist, but also in terms of diverse gender, ethnic perspectives. All right. So what I would like to focus back on, while all of those issues in relationship to diverse gender, ethnic and perspectives are really, really important, that's not where this discussion started off at. It started off in relationship to anti-racist. All right, I just want to refocus back on that. If we want to expand that beyond anti-racist, that is our choice. But that's not where why this discussion is happening. It's because the original question was around anti-racist. Having said that, when the question that I raised last week, and I said, what is the meaning of anti-racist? What does it mean to be anti-racist? Everyone mouths that, says that like everyone knows. Well, if everyone knows what anti-racist is, then you would say, I'm really anti-racist, then you would be for B, because that's the very definition of anti-racist. And you can look it up in any of the definitions of anti-racist, and you will see that that is exactly what it is.
Pat?
Thank you. I see value in combining A and B, and the way that I see it in my head right now is how will you as a school committee member ensure that current efforts to end policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs that result in a continued unfair advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race, gender identification, or social and economic background, because those are the other things that are also issues we need to address. And I think, Irv, that exploring the anti-racist question has led us to look at this in a broader way, which I think is good. Thank you.
Dorothy?
There are two issues. They can be combined or they can both be included, but I don't see the point of having one without the other. I think that combining is good, but if Irv feels that people will respond better if they have to think of one thing at a time, fine. But I also agree with Pat that we do have to have the statement about gender diversity. They're different. Racism has been here a long, long time. And we aren't even aware of some practices that sustain racist behavior because we're just so used to them. The gender diversity one, in terms of schools and public places, is one which is requiring a lot of new thinking and adaptability and new solutions. So I would say both or combine, but don't just have one or the other. Thank you.
Michelle?
I want to support others who have said that this is sort of like a values document in some sense, in terms of, the questions that we're posing, even if it's just a 3-month period that we're talking about. But I was thinking about how I would answer any one of the three and really just like read the question and then thought about how I would answer it. And the language that we're using right now, like ensure or make sure, it seems really like that's a very complex and challenging question to answer. How would you make sure or ensure? Because I think we all know that we can play a role and we can take steps to support those things, but we can't ensure or make sure necessarily. So I'm just wondering if we might consider language that considers like what role can you play in, so that it sort of gives a little bit more agency to the person answering the question to actually think through how they're engaged in this very important topic, as opposed to like how they can solve it, which we know no one individual can, and we'll all make mistakes as we try.
Anika?
Yeah, so I just wanted to appreciate, or, for a moment and bring the definition forward. I think that if anything, that it does show that even at first, we're kind of debating that when what that question is, when that is in fact the definition. So it's also like being mindful in our role that we are not just repeating things. But then there was also, it was also brought up in the last meeting, having appreciation for the question just being broad and hearing what that means to the individual, whomever is answering the question. But I also do see that with just, again, with the time frame that we have that A is inclusive of more of what we are actually just dealing with in this district, putting them all together. But I think, just going forward, we have to be mindful of, who's answering and what it is. Like Mrs. Penn, you just said that, racism has been around for so long, like we are not aware of what sustains it. I mean, some of us are not, but some of us here in the council are born into it, live it every single day, and are aware every single day of how it always has been and certainly is. So with that, I think that just as it pertains to what whomever is getting into and that lens, I do think that A does include it. A is more inclusive if it allows what was the original intent, if I'm correct in what Jennifer Shaw said, that the original intent for her in asking the question was being curious as to what that means to whomever is answering the question.
Mindy Jo?
I support what Michelle, her proposed potential rewrite of, I guess, the sort of first part of the questions. I think that's a good suggestion. On question B, Jennifer mentioned something that is also what bothers me about this question. Jennifer, in her first statement, when we were discussing this, talked about whose behaviors and beliefs. In a community that welcomes people from all around the world, and the way this question is worded, it doesn't indicate whose behaviors and beliefs the current efforts are aiming to end. And that to me is problematic. because the school committee needs to be focused on policies and rules and procedures and processes. But we have sat in a town that condemns indoctrination in other parts of this country. And this question could be implying, for some people who read it, that certain beliefs are unwelcome completely 100% stop in this town. And we have a duty, I believe, to talk about what we morally believe is our own beliefs. And we have a duty to have conversation when we disagree with other people's beliefs. But I think this question is problematic in implying that we need to end other people's beliefs sometimes, instead of conversing with them about their beliefs.
Irv?
So, when I look at this question, it's sort of like one of those things where certain parties within the community would like those who are of a certain mind to be able to fight with each other, i.e. those who want to only focus on that which is racist in our society or within our town. And that racism is one of those things that clouds the judgment of a lot of people, that clouds our ability to treat one another as equals, that clouds our ability to be able to have kinds of institutions that allow for the kinds of diversity and thought, opinion, etc., as it relates to race, and that we don't separate people out via race or judge them only on whether of their race. But we do not even take that in consideration. Race is not a factor. Racism says that it is a factor. Racism specifically says that you're judging a person solely on the basis of their race. That's what racism is. On the other hand, to include others in this particular statement, such as gender, equity, etc., that is all well and good. But for a lot of people, we need to make sure that those things that belong to those areas that are called racist be called out. And those things that are dealing with equity in relationship to gender, etc., be called out also. But do not conflate the two.
Pam?
A little bit off of Mandy Jo's comment about B, and incorporating what I heard from the other one, which is what role can you play, rather than saying how can you ensure. So what role can you play so that policies, rules, and behaviors that result in continued unfair advantage, et cetera. Take out the word beliefs, because I think it's still, all of these actions should not contribute to continued unfair advantage. But as we understand, beliefs may be held, but they may not be acted on. So continuing that sentence, so that these policies, rules, and behaviors that result in are, what's the word I'm looking for? Are discontinued or are stopped.
So if we begin with a sentence that says, what role can you as a school committee member play so that policies, rules, and behaviors that result in advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment to others based on race, gender identification, social and ethnic background, social and economic background. I don't know how to end the sentence, but and I understand the desire to not mix race in with the others, but I'm also want to be realistic about how much time we have to interview people who are going to serve for 3 months. So if Pam, you seem to have a sense of how you want to work on that question, why don't you continue to do that? And I'm going to go back and say the same thing. Anna, you seem to have a sense of how you wanted to work on question 3. Right now I have something like, please share how you have responded to criticism in the past.
I'm fine to draft up text for that if that's the direction that other folks want to go to. I don't want to just say, just because I wanted to do something, we should change the question.
I'm trying to go with what I'm hearing as some level of consensus.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm hearing some level of consensus on 3, as I just mentioned, and I'm hearing some level of consensus of trying to incorporate some of the aspects of A into B, but making it more of a what role can you play as a school committee member, which is what Michelle was suggesting. Shalini?
I actually want to insist on putting beliefs because it's really important for us to question our assumptions and beliefs. And if we don't put that, we're not signaling to people, everyone, including the school committee members, that we all have beliefs and that's fine. It's because of our conditioning and how we grew up. And yet we can continue to question our beliefs that are causing harm, albeit unintentionally. However, I think it's really important. It's not just because a lot of our actions are done because to look politically correct, but without ever stepping back to question our beliefs. So I would like to keep that.
Dorothy?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Shalini, and not to have beliefs in there. Beliefs are the foundation for a lot of behavior of human beings. A human being, a person, often acts on their beliefs in terms of that which they believe in. And if those beliefs go unquestioned, it perpetuates the kind of racism that has been present in the society for a long time. Unquestioned allegiance to one's beliefs gives one the opportunity to continue the kinds of behavior that have perpetuated the kinds of issues that continues to plague us today. So beliefs are important to me because I can confront a person's thoughts and behaviors, talk to them on an intellectual basis about those. But if I do not confront their beliefs and understand what their beliefs in, what I'm leaving on the floor, what I'm leaving unsaid, are all those things that are going to continue to affect their behavior.
Dorothy, I had called on you. Please go ahead.
I understand what people are saying about beliefs, but I believe that there's a very important point to be made that we have many kinds of beliefs and we have communities with very strong religious beliefs. We can control people's behavior. If we try to control their beliefs, we're getting into brainwashing. Obviously, we want to encourage good democratic beliefs, of the type that make for a strong country. But some of the things that went wrong at the school were done in the name of somebody's beliefs, and they were strongly held. So I understand the importance of beliefs, but if you're talking about actions and behaviors, you have to stick with that and hope that belief follows. And we have some evidence that if you change the way people act, you can actually, and at some point, help change the way they believe. Otherwise, we are getting into, I think, a very difficult area. That's it.
Michelle?
I was just trying to think of some language. I mean, I'm not sure that we need even all of that language in the question. Like it seems like we're asking about harm. And so what role can you play to ensure efforts to end harmful treatment of others based on their identity? You know, like, I don't understand why we have to include all of the other policies, beliefs, you know, it just, we're saying, what role do you play in supporting the work that we as a community are doing to end the harmful treatment of people in the community based on their identity, whatever their identity, and some people have multiple identities. So to me, that just seems like it cleans it up and gets to the point a little more succinctly.
Jennifer?
Hi. So I'm in the car now, so because I have to go pick up my daughter, but I'm trying to still participate. I I was intentional in saying practices, processes, and decisions of the committee because those are specific things the committee can impact and that individual members have an impact on. I kind of feel strongly that those three things be included. I don't feel strongly about including beliefs. I actually, sorry, I think we should remove beliefs because you know what? Your beliefs are not as important to me as your vote. Like you can believe what you want. I might not even know what you believe, what your beliefs are, but I'll know how you vote and I'll know what your decisions are, how you contribute to the decisions of the committee. So sure, people should question their beliefs, but like I care less about your beliefs. I care more about your actions and your vote and how you contribute to school committee processes and meetings that are anti-racist. And you know, Shalini gave a great example of the discussion you all had about public comment, and that shortening the number of minutes for public comment could be like, or rather leaving in that 3 minutes was an anti-racist move. I applaud you for doing that. That wasn't about a specific individual. It wasn't like judging a specific individual because of their race, but like that decision was an anti-racist decision. Thank you for doing that. So those are the kinds of things I was trying to get at with my original intention behind this question. Thank you.
Pam, you have your hand up and I didn't know if we were ready to come back to you. No? Okay. Mandy Jo, I'm going to skip because some other people have spoken. We haven't heard from you lately. Yes.
Jennifer's comment gave me more clarity that these two questions are asking completely different things. The first one is asking about a person's work on, if we take the town council, making sure when the town council acts or discusses or makes a decision, that decision is equitable and welcomes diverse gender and ethnic perspectives and is anti-racist. I'm using the town council as an example, but how it works in a meeting or how it accepts public comment or how it disseminates public comment, how it is transparent, all of those things. Question B, even with the rewrite, which if the of all of the options that we've discussed, I like Michelle's rewrite, is talking about things outside of the committee's action within meetings and processes. It's talking about the community and the school community as a whole. And so I think maybe that's why we're struggling as a body to figure out which one is better, because they're actually asking two different things now that Jennifer's been very clear and all of that. I think that question A is the pertinent question for a 3-month office that we're appointing more than option B, even though option B is a very important thing to be asking.
Okay. Jennifer, you still have your hand up. Did I hear you say you have to leave? And you're in the car. Thank you. I didn't hear.
Sorry,
Jennifer,
I can take my hand down. Thank you.
Yep, I totally understand. Irv.
All right, what's remarkable about this conversation is it starts back where I said last week, where the definition of anti-racism or being anti-racist was so generalized and so prevalent in one's vocabulary that it had all lost all meaning. So when you put the very definition of anti-racist into what we are talking about in terms of B, which is the very definition of anti-racist, then people keep using the term anti-racist without wanting to define what anti-racist is, and anti-racist is what B is. So if you're going to say, talk about anti-racism and anti-racist behavior, then you come back to B. If you want to eliminate B, what are you going to substitute for that in terms of anti-racist? Or are you saying that you just want to continue to use anti-racist without definition? And if you want to use it without definition, then why are we having this discussion when the definition is obvious and has been presented to us? So if people want to use the word anti-racist, please include what it is and don't skirt around what it is. Talk about it, discuss it, embrace it, etc. That is what anti-racist means. So if you want to use anti-racist, say we're doing anti-racist behavior and we are against anti-racist, anti-racism and Amherst, and anti-racism is what B is all about.
Shalini?
Yeah, I would second Irv that just the fact that many people may not know what it entails to be an anti-racist is all the more reason we need to actually list out all the different aspects of what it takes to be anti-racist. And in terms of we can't control people's beliefs and it's the actions that are more important. Yes, in some cases, it's how we're voting and our actions that will be of importance. And in other cases, it's our beliefs as leaders, as gatekeepers, that is going to dictate what motions, what bylaws, what policies we're presenting. And so you can't really separate the beliefs from, in some cases you can, but I think it's very important to put it out there that it is our job on an ongoing basis as leaders to continue to question our beliefs and assumptions and help each other do that. And a big part of our anti-racism training when we did it together as a council was about getting us to step back and question our beliefs. And so if you don't have that as part of the conversation, even though it's messy, so I can see that there's an inclination, let's make it neat and clean, but this is a messy thing. And one of the things we have to be able to do is lean into the discomfort of what this entangles. And to be very clear, we're not talking about continuing diversity of beliefs. We are talking specifically about beliefs, ending beliefs that result in continued unfair advantage to people based on their race, gender, and so forth. So I don't think we're saying that, it's ending all kinds of beliefs and ending diversity in our town. No, we are collectively hoping to do that by being very clear in our definition of what anti-racist and anti all of those other isms is.
Jennifer?
I realize that we, excuse me, our, time is somewhat of the essence in the number of questions that we ask, but there seems to be an agreement that A and B are different questions, and there are, kind of passionately held feelings about both and the importance of asking each one. Could we ask both? We may want to, slightly change some of the wording of A and B, but would that be an option to have both, since they really do appear to be different questions?
I think that may be the way we're going to have to resolve this. Jennifer?
Okay, 4 things. First, Lynn, if you could make sure you're clear which Jennifer you're calling on, that would be really helpful.
Thank
First,
you. I
First,
appreciate that.
thank you, sure. Thank you to Mandy Jo for saying that the A and B are very different, because that is that where I was going, and I thank you for pointing that out. Two, the adding the inclusion of the word beliefs in B, I agree with Shalini that questioning your own beliefs is really important and is a sign, I think, of someone who can engage in critical thinking. But including beliefs in that question, I don't think gets at that. I think, because it says, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. It says, like, how will you ensure? I know we're going to redo the wording, but it doesn't say whose beliefs you're trying to help make sure don't result in unfair advantage. If we wanted to ask a question like, how do you question your own beliefs, or what's the process by which you question your own beliefs, that would be great. But I don't think like questioning your beliefs is being spelled out in option B. And my third thing is that I also disagree that the quote definition of anti-racism in B is a complete and comprehensive definition of anti-racism. I think it's one element of anti-racism, but I think anti-racism is much bigger than that. I don't think we need to or even should define anti-racism in this process, because I want to hear how the person answers and how the person interprets what we mean when we say anti-racism. I would be fine with asking a question like, what does anti-racism mean to you? I don't think we need to define it at all.
Dorothy.
Okay. First of all, there are more than one definitions of anti-racist. But first, I'll say the question was not about the beliefs of the person who wants to be on the school committee. It was about, what are you going to do? What actions are you going to take? Now, I've just looked up anti-racism in Wikipedia, and it's all action. Anti-racism encompasses a range of ideas and political actions that are meant to counter racial prejudice, systemic racism, and the oppression of specific racial groups. Anti-racism is usually structured around conscious efforts and deliberate actions, which are intended to provide equal opportunities for all people on both an individual and systemic level. And so it goes on there. So this is not the only way you define anti-racism. And it's not, we got really sidetracked with, I have to say, with Shalini, with about the beliefs of the person who is applying. This is, what are you going to do if you're on the school committee? What kind of actions will you take? And I agree with having this as a question. I just want to omit the word beliefs, because that gets to an area that I think is beyond what we need to do. I mean, we're talking about how you're going to try to set the school up, or to get the school to work, or the faculty, or whatever, to have actions which are fair and anti-racist. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to suggest that we leave this one for the moment. I want to get through the others, and then we're going to take a break, and I'm going to try to figure out what to do, because we don't have any more meetings. We have to finish this tonight. Okay. I mean, we're done. Strength of areas and areas for improvement in Amherst Public Schools, number 5. Are there any comments? Okay. I'm going to go on to current and upcoming issues facing the school committee, 6 through 9. Let's focus on 6 and 7, and then maybe go on to 8 and 9. Mandy Jo?
So after question 6, that's asking about the skills, knowledge, and experience you'd bring to the school committee that would help the committee address both setting up a search for a superintendent and beginning the budget process, it seems kind of redundant to then ask, have you ever been involved in a search process for that period, where the answer could literally be yes or no and not expound at all. So I would delete the question number 7.
Okay. Jennifer?
Yeah, I agree with Mandy Jo. And I actually think 6, 7, 8, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I think that 6, 7, 8, and 9 are 4 questions about 2 topics. And I think we can boil the 4 down to 2 questions, one about budget and one about the superintendent search. So I think it was 8 and 9 that I liked, or maybe the how would you approach the budget is, or however that one's worded, I like, and then the one about how will you contribute to a superintendent search, et cetera. Not the one that's a yes no question, but the other one um, are the two that I think we should keep out of these four. One about the budget and one about superintendent.
Okay. Okay, Anna.
I agree. I think that we can narrow this down to two. I think 9 is nine is the one about the budget process. That's getting at something different. I do think that 6 and 8 are the same question framed slightly differently, but 6 is a little bit more broad. And I'm sorry, I'm rereading and I clearly skimmed. 6 is trying to get at both of them. 8 and 9 differentiate them into two. And so I do think that keeping 8 and 9 and the first sentence of 6, so it would be the school committee over the next 3 months will need to set up a search for superintendent and begin the budget process as the intro. Then it will say, how will you help ensure that the superintendent search is set up to identify, recruit, and hire a high quality candidate who understands the needs of our districts? And then second one about the budget. I do like the addition of what skills, knowledge, and experience will you bring? And if that could be worked in, I think that would be great. Instead of how will you help ensure, what skills, knowledge, and experience do you bring to help ensure? I think it's a little bit more specific in terms of what we're asking them to provide us with. But I think, yeah, narrow it down to 8 and 9.
Okay. Irv?
Just to be real here, these 3 new members may not have any role in relationship to the search for a superintendent at all. So that's the reality, because the superintendent search is one in which involves Union 26. Union 26 consists of 3 members from Pelham and 1 from Amherst, and then the others are not from Amherst. So those, and also by the time these particular people come on board, the various subcommittees and groups operating will already be in force. It's sort of like, yeah, it's a great question to ask, but by the time they get there, it's already done.
Irv, would you please repeat for me the makeup of Union 26 School Committee?
Yeah, it consists of the officers of the Amherst School Committee, which is the chair, vice chair, and secretary, and then the same for the Pelham School Committee.
So there's 3 from Amherst and 3 from Pelham.
Correct.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Yeah, Irv actually responded to part of my question, which was, well, how much would they be involved? And like our search for a new police chief, I don't know if there's a consultant involved. I was concerned that the question really may not allow people that haven't had very specific experience to feel, to qualify for the position, that it was a little exclusive. I mean, there's not that many people that have been involved in recruiting, identifying, and setting up a search process for a school superintendent. So it seemed restrictive to me. And I, also wondered whether, how much of a role an individual school member over the next 3 months would play in that process.
Not very much.
Jennifer?
I disagree with Irv that these 3 people who fill the vacancy are not going to be involved in the superintendent search. Given that there are 3 members from Amherst on Union 26, and given that only Irv and I are left, then one of these 3 is definitely going to be on Union 26. They're going to be seated by October 1st, and we're going to be working on the superintendent search, on setting up what the search is going to look like before this calendar year is over, which is when these people are going to serve. So absolutely, they're going to be involved, and also as members of the regional school committee, they will be involved, even if they're not on Union 26, and even if they're not specifically involved on whatever subcommittee that it is put together. But so they may not be involved when the final selection is made, but they're definitely going to be involved in setting up the search and in what the search and in talking about and thinking about and deciding what the search is going to look like. I wanted to ask if Athena or someone could share the questions so that I can see them on my phone. Share in the Zoom.
We will do that, Jennifer. Thank you. Kathy? Well, maybe Mandy Jo's next, huh? Okay, Kathy.
Mandy suggested getting rid of 7, which I totally agree with. If we structured 6, instead of having the school committee over the next 3 months be part of the question, if we just made it a statement. And then the question was what skills, knowledge. So 6 started with what skills, then we frame it. I think that's pretty clean to first ask them, whatever experience they might have that they're bringing to bear. So you see what I'm taking is that first sentence, I'm just moving it over and saying, as a say, and then it would say, what skills, knowledge, and experience will you bring? Because we've eliminated at the last time any kind of statement of a past experience. So this is where they could bring anything they've ever done to bear on either of these 2 issues. And then if 7 is gone, we've got 1 question about the superintendent search and 1 question about the budget. And Mandy was the one who suggested the rewording of the budget one last time, and I just captured it when I sent this in. So I think it's important to ask about both. And my understanding, Irv and Jennifer, is they may not, the 3 people may not be there when we're picking the superintendent. They may be there, they're more likely just there at the beginning of it, and talking about what kind of process you're going to use. And they'll have some input. So I think 8 is worded generally enough to not be that you're on the search committee, you're just helping set it up. So that's just if we get rid of 7, we only have 3 questions then, with 6 moving that statement out. Mandy Jo.
So this my comment doesn't relate to any specific question, but it kind of relates to this part of the conversation. We don't know how many candidates there are going to be, and we don't know, because of that, we don't know how long the interviews will take next Tuesday night. And so we're trying to obviously select a set of questions that we think is manageable for a certain number of people that we have no idea what it will be. So if we have 10 questions and we end up with 10 candidates and 2 minutes each, we're in interviews for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. I did the calculations. So I was wondering one of the things I'm proposing is if we, before we leave tonight, say, if we have up to a certain number of candidates, we ask all the questions, but once we exceed a certain number of candidates, we eliminate certain questions. And one thing I would do in supporting questions 6, 8, and 9 and staying, because I actually think 6 is slightly different than 8 and 9, and 8 and 9 get a little more specific, would say, well, if we exceed X number of candidates, we don't ask questions 8 and 9, we only ask question 6, say, or something like that. There's a couple of others maybe we could, not ask if we have a large number of candidates, but sort of pick a number in there that says, we'll ask all. Right now, we're looking at, with opening and closing statements, I think we're at either 10 or 11 questions. 9 or 8 questions with an opening and a closing statement for 10 or 11 2-minute responses per candidate. And so maybe at a certain number of candidates, we want to figure out a way to only ask 6 or 7. Maybe that's not include closing statements, for example, things like that. So it's a proposal I wanted to put out there.
Okay. Irv.
Just a reality check here. On September the 19th, there's a region school committee meeting, which we will be dealing with the search and the search process. The next meeting after that is October 3rd, in which a member from the Massachusetts Association of School Committees will be appearing in relationship to the search. So if and by the way, on September 19th, we will be setting out the process and procedures and selecting a subcommittee to form the search committee. On October 3rd, we will be finalizing that. So those dates are important in relationship to these questions. I have no idea when this process is going to end and when these particular three people, when they will be seated. But those two dates need to be kept in mind in relationship to these particular questions.
Jennifer? Jennifer Shao, I'm sorry.
Thank,
Yes.
thank you. I'm fairly certain that the timeline says that these three people, the three chosen, will be seated by October 1st. So they would miss the September 19th meeting, which is tomorrow, but they, I think, would be seated in time for October 3rd. So in the interest of cutting down the number of questions, I really feel like we can strike set 6 and 7 and just keep 8 and 9, because 6 is really two questions. 6 is really, what skills, knowledge, and experience will you bring to help address the budget? What skills, knowledge, and experience will you bring to help address the superintendent search? So it's really two questions in one. And both of those things, if people have skills, knowledge, and experience, they're going to include that in their answers to 8 and 9. So if they've had experience with the superintendent search, they're going to mention that when they answer 8. If they have experience with budget, they're going to mention that when they answer question 9. So I think we can strike 6 and 7 and save ourselves 2 more questions.
Okay, Mandy Jo?
I would support that. To go to what I mentioned in my last comment, given Irv's recitations of the date of a joint, well, I don't know whether it's joint, but a regional school committee meeting and potentially joint with the Union 26 on October 3rd. It might be vitally important that we finish this process next Tuesday, because I don't know, the school committee members can better answer, but I believe they'll need to have a reorganization of their committee. Do they need to have one before any members we appoint can sit on the region? I know they need to before any members we appoint can fill out the union, which right now only has one Amherst School Committee member on it. And so it might be important for them to have a meeting next week after our Tuesday meeting to be able to reorganize their committee to ensure that that October 2nd meeting has full representation of the entire 5 if we've appointed. And if we appoint and wait until October 1, that might not be possible. And therefore, it might be important for us to potentially decide to eliminate some questions so that we're not running into 1 or 2 in the morning to get it done on Tuesday of next week.
Mandy Jo, I think you make a very good point. I also want to add to that, having been involved in more searches than I care to admit. Searches don't begin and end in 2 meetings. They start and they continue. And so these people will still be involved as community outreach happens, et cetera. And so I am not in favor of suggesting that these people will not be involved in the search committee. I also do want to urge, and I guess it's Irv, you would be the one to work with the interim superintendent of schools to call a meeting of the Amherst School Committee sometime after the 26th, but before October 1st.
Then that is, wow, that is going to be challenging, because this originally September 26th was going to be the Amherst School Committee meeting, which we're obviously not going to have. So then trying to call an Amherst School Committee meeting before October the 3rd. And that assumes that we here in this group have finished our work. Is going to be rather challenging. And I'm only saying it because of the 48-hour rule
Right.
that we have to consider.
The meeting could be posted even now for after the 26th. And if for some reason we don't complete on the 26th, you would just cancel the meeting, but you can
Yeah.
post a meeting.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I don't have my calendar in terms of looking at the date,
And we're not gonna
September
resolve.
26th and October the 3rd. What is a date that's available between those two dates?
This is not something we're gonna resolve in
Yeah.
this committee. We're
Yeah,
just
I
trying to
understand,
get,
but just understand there are some logistical issues that I want everyone to understand and you to understand, Lynn, that the Amherst School Committee is going to have to deal with once, and hopefully we complete this by the 26th of September.
right. That is our goal. Andy,
Yeah, having worked with the regional agreement many times over a long period of time, I'm pretty confident, and Irv and Jennifer might know whether I'm correct, but I'm pretty sure that I am. All 5 members are automatically members of the regional school committee. The regional agreement provides that the regional committee is 5 members of the Amherst School Committee, 2 members of Pelham, and 1 each of the other 2 towns. So that I think that it's automatic, and but that can be confirmed. The question of the Union 26, however, does require action of appointing the members by appointing the officers.
I know this is a little unusual, but I feel like the best thing at this point is to take about a 20-minute break and come back, at which point I hope to be able to propose some next round of questions. Okay.
Lynn, quick question. There is a member from the audience who has their hand up. Do you want to?
We have already taken public comment.
Yeah, just to let everyone know.
I was not going to do public comment again. Thank
No,
you.
I know, but just let them know that
I
we've
did.
had. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
September 26th. God sake.
Lynn, I like that idea. And just hearing if we're going to try to make a decision, get all the way through it, if we can cut the number of questions down. Mandy's observation is correct. We have 9 questions, an opening statement and a closing statement. So if we can get rid of 3 or 4, it would make the night possible, because we will have the statements of interest. So we won't have complete unknown. So I like your idea of trying to reach closure tonight on the questions.
Thank you.
And Lynn,
Yes.
maybe 15 or 10, just in case it doesn't take a full 20.
Sure.
The other thing,
15.
we are going to have public comment at the beginning of the regular town council.
That is correct.
Yeah, because people are, I think, waiting for other issues.
Yes.
Thank
that is
you,
correct.
Pat.
Thank you, Pat. All right, we are in recess for the moment till 8:15. We can't sit here and debate, gang. What? We can't sit here and debate without being in public meeting. Fine.
26.
Okay.
26.
That would be great. Yeah. It was, I'm aware of that. It's very well attended back there.
The rain comes Friday.
Yeah, actually, somebody just mentioned they were going for a boat ride Wednesday or
But
something.
then
Yeah.
they may or may not be around.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, like, oh, it's moving.
Saturday night through like Wednesday. So, but Thursday looks nice.
A week from?
No,
This
this
one.
Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that looks nice.
Oh, good. Yeah, it is. This was nice.
Yeah,
Stars are lighting up.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah, no, I put like 3 different things on and it's only, I never know how long some hearings, I'm like, I could go an hour and like 10 minutes in and everyone's like, I'm good. You're like, okay, what else we're gonna do?
There was gonna be a lot of public comment to a lot of people and one person
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I guess we're done.
Yeah.
So I just don't, this one's hard to judge, so, yeah, and then with the block party, if we're done 45 minutes in,
We're gonna start something else. Okay, that's great. But yeah.
we have on the fifth, we have it live. Yeah. Yeah, it does.
But it's late, so we'll have-
So what was till 8? Not till 9. What I have in my calendar? I thought I had 6:30. I think it's 6:30 to 9.
Oh, that would be good. I would like to.
Maybe my calendar's completely wrong. Maybe I just like dumped in hours without looking.
I could have totally done that.
I didn't know.
It's
Okay,
perfect.
so it's still not, but it starts an hour or so before I thought it did. I thought it started like, my calendar says 6:30, but I thought it started like 6 or something, but it starts.
No, that's good. I thought it ended at 8, so then that really.
It's just incentive to get that hearing done.
Yeah. Maybe people that.
If the hearing, if we finish the hearing and there's time, we'll see if we have, if we want a debate to make the recommendation.
Yeah. I think people will come. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I ask, I think, but it just feels like you're just. Yeah, and on the fifth, we have
Right.
I'm sorry. No, because if we did that this time, we'd have to do it at the. Yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow when I go over to Hampshire, before they come, drive by your house and let them. And we have the students.
Want me to send this to you? Yeah, we are ready to reconvene. It is 8:15. And Athena, I sent you the marked up copy, but you may want to show it clean, you may want to show it without markups. Okay? I just need to make sure everybody is back. Michelle. Anika,
I'm here.
okay. Dorothy, Jennifer, you're here. Anna, you're here.
Lynn,
Alicia, can you hear
yeah.
us?
Yes, thank you, Lynn.
Thanks. I'm glad you could join us. Michelle, are you back? How about Jennifer Shao? Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Thank you. I remembered to do the last name. All right. This is never perfect. It's never going to be perfect. Athena? So this is the marked up copy. Obviously, there's this extra space there. And on question 4, I made one of them basically about equity, diverse gender identity, and ethnic backgrounds. It needs an and in there. And it needs a comma after equitable and get rid of and. No, yeah, it needs an and there and then get rid of the other and. Okay, and B, yes.
So on 4B, it says what role to ensure that the current efforts to end policies are continued,
Are
are
continued.
not.
Yeah. Yes, so get rid of the word not. Okay, and in that case, I'm going to go through them all, and then I'm going to come back for questions, okay? Go on to the next, strengths and area of improvement. That we really left that one alone, so we can go on to the next. This is a lead-in sentence with no, that's not.
I don't think you need the what
You
in
don't
there.
need that what. Yeah, just there.
That will was an extra will though, yeah.
Okay. And obviously I
No,
separated
I
that.
think you had it right the first
Okay.
time, Athena.
Let's go back up to the top. And actually, we actually have 4A and B, but that I'll be renumbering those. Are there any questions on 1, 2, or 3? Anna? Irv? 1, 2, or 3 only?
Yeah, yes, and Lynn, and forgive me if I say, here is when I look at this, my perspective is, look, these people are going to be coming on for 3 months or at best. And we are saying, well, are they going to be involved in the superintendent search? Are they going to be involved in the budget search? To me, it says whether they're involved or not involved, they may or may not be around at the end of December. And so whatever participation they have will disappear. And that is a dilemma that we have to deal with as a reality. We just don't know. And so when they're put on a subcommittee for a search committee, we do not know whether they will be there at the end of January. We put them on the budget committee. We do not know whether they're going to be there at the end of January. The budget season goes on starting now all the way up and through April, May. So we don't know. So what in my mind, when I think about this, is what role can these particular people play in relationship to a superintendent search and into the budget search that will enhance that which will be ongoing.
Okay. We're going to get to that question right now. I just want you to look at 1, 2, and 3. That's all we're looking at right now. Anna, you still have your hand up? No? Dorothy?
I'm waiting for 4.
Okay. 1, 2, or 3? No more comments. Now we're going to look at 4. Let's raise it up on the screen. I've created 2 questions. I tried to separate, keep one as totally, I think I didn't use the word racism. It needs to be integrated, but Anna.
Yeah, I think that was my comment on 4A was including the word racial, diverse gender identity, racial and ethnic backgrounds. I mean, I think, yeah, I guess I prefer B for what that's worth. Yeah,
My goal was to make the top one about equity, diversity, and ethnic, and to have the bottom one be about racism. But I didn't get the word racism in it.
I'm gonna need to think on that. Sorry, I didn't pick up on that intention, so give me a minute. You can go to other people.
Mandy Jo.
So my comment on 4A, it eliminated the "and are anti-racist," that phrase that was at the end that I don't think during our conversations earlier tonight, anyone was suggesting we should eliminate in that question. So it was, welcoming to people of diverse gender identities. I think identity need to be pluralized, identities and ethnic backgrounds, and are anti-racist. Or it could be decisions are equitable, anti-racist, and welcoming to people of diverse gender identities and ethnic backgrounds. Might make a little bit more clear.
After the word equitable, put a equitable, anti-racist, and are welcoming.
No, I think just welcoming.
And welcoming to people of diverse gender identities and ethnic backgrounds. Okay.
Yeah.
On the second one, I did include the word race. Okay. Dorothy?
In A, you've watered down ethnic identities by adding too many things, so I don't like it. And in B, by not having the word racist, we could get to such issues as privilege of athletes or beautiful cheerleaders or whatever. I mean, it's got to be very clearly about racism. So I would like A to be about gender identities and B to be about racism.
Okay. Jennifer?
I like A with anti-racist added in where it is. I'm good with A. B, I'm trying to wrap my head around B. It seems like over the break you changed it to our school's current efforts as opposed to the committee's current efforts, because school committee members can't do as much as people as many people think we do. We don't set policy at the school level. So I would want to change that to the committee's current efforts.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that does the committee have current efforts to change behaviors and beliefs? I'm struggling with that one.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah, resulting in advantage to some people and unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race are continued. I might even if we're just trying to simplify it, I might even just, I know it's saying some people benefit and some people are harmed, but really like beliefs resulting in harm is really what we're talking about. Advantage to some people. I feel like I know what this question is trying to do, but I feel like we could just remove advantage to some people and just say beliefs resulting in unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race are continued. Just to
I'm sorry.
clarify. Sorry.
Give me that again, very
Sure.
slowly.
Beliefs resulting in unfair or harmful treatment. Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. Those are my thoughts on that question.
What role can you play to help ensure that the committee's, maybe we don't need the word current efforts, maybe we should just say committee's policies, rules, and behaviors and beliefs. Now, what role can you play?
Then it would be are not.
Anna?
Are
You
not.
need to add the not back in. Yeah.
And sorry, could committees be S apostrophe? Because it's plural committees. Thank you.
What role can you play to help ensure that the committee's policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs resulting in unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race are not continued? Okay.
Sorry, this is getting really awkward. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping the gun here, but like I was in the middle of trying to think the question sounds weird now. It might be we can change it to, oh gosh, policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs which may result in.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's saying that we do have these things that result in, but which may result in. Thank you.
Do have them.
Michelle, I'm gonna go, I've been to Anna, so I'm gonna go to Michelle.
I thought about this. I sort of took the second question in a bit of a different direction. I was thinking about the first question. So I like that we have two questions. I was thinking about the first one as a question that sort of regards the collective role of the school committee and its like internal practices and what it does in that respect. And then the second question to me was more focused on the individual role of the school committee member. So in that case, I had just worded like something to the effect of the schools and the town have stated commitments to end structural racism and achieve equity for all students. What role can you play to uphold these commitments? To me, that sort of points to what we have already committed to, both through the town council's resolution and the school's own mission statement, and then asks how that individual might uphold those commitments that have been made.
Okay. Athena, what I'd like you to do is don't eliminate B, but under it, write an alternative.
I can email that over to, I emailed it to you, Lynn, but I can email it to you.
Michelle, yes, but why don't you state it out loud? That's really much more in keeping with transparency.
Great. Oh, do you want me to say it out loud right now?
Yes.
Okay. So A looks great. B was the schools and the town have stated commitments to end structural racism and achieve equity for all students. What role can you play to uphold these commitments? And it's achieve equity for all students.
And then it should be a period after that and start a new
Yep.
sentence.
That's right.
Okay, that's an alternative. Irv?
Yes, I would like for everyone, not only those who are on the school committee, but also those who are members of town council to go back and review the DEI statements for the town, and also those statements that the council have made in relationship to racism and structural racism, to inform yourselves about the very things that we're talking about right now. The school committee and the schools have made similar statements. I really, when I look at B and C, I think, hey, those two things get at what I am most concerned about. But what I am concerned about is that we, as I said before last week, and I'll say right now, we use terms as if everyone knows. We say structural racism, we say racism, but we don't want to define it. We keep trying not to define it. When we have the opportunity to define it, we argue about what that definition is. B gets at what racism is all about. And I like that because it's a sort of like a compromise between what we started out with and where we ended up with. And C gets at what I am saying in relationship to, hey, these are the kinds of things when we talk about structural racism, go back to what the DEI in the town has said about this issue and how they have defined it and how they have looked at dealing with it. Because when you looked at this alternative, that's what it says.
So if we in B said, what role can you individually play to help ensure that the committee's policies, rules, behaviors, and beliefs, which may result in unfair or harmful treatment of others based on race, are not continued?
I like that.
Okay. Mandy Jo.
I like Michelle's new alternative over option B. I would eliminate B and go with the alternative. Admittedly, I am not up on school committee rules and all, but does the school committee itself have a statement of beliefs? Because question B implies that the school committee has a statement of beliefs that they have collectively adopted.
Yes, and go back to our policies in the board docs and you will see it.
Okay. Jennifer?
I lost my train of thought. Come back to me, please.
Okay. And I meant Jennifer Shao. Okay. Anna.
So I'm really trying to differentiate between the three questions and ensure that I'm understanding the nuances and why we have multiples at this point. I think that initially my understanding was that we wanted one really honing in on anti-racism and the work of anti-racism within the school committee, and then one that was more broad. But I think that what we've ended up with is three questions that are really saying pretty darn close to the same thing. I also prefer C. I think that my initial comment when I first raised my hand was in A, changing welcoming to being affirming. I think those are two different things, and I think we want to be affirming, not just welcoming. That's my opinion. And then the other thing was thinking about with C, if Michelle is amenable to this, I guess we're not doing like formal amendments, but I'm curious about adding something along the lines of what role can you play as a school committee member, or what role would you want to play as a school committee member? Again, bringing in that part that I think is really strong in A and B about policies, rules, I actually like A, practices, processes, and decisions. I'd love to bring that in to C in some way. So saying what role can you play to uphold these commitments through the practices, processes, or decisions, or something like that. I don't know. I think getting at that, we're asking them about it within their role, within the capacity of their role as a school committee member, if that makes sense. But I think that we've wordsmithed this now to the point where we've got three really, really similar questions. So we would probably either be shifting one back to being solely focused on racism, or eliminating two, in my opinion. Thanks.
I heard, I know there's some people who want to make sure that we focus on racism, but I've also heard strong support for making sure that we include diversity in other ways. So I'm very reluctant to say it's one or the other. And if it means you have to have two questions, fine, but let's, you know. Irv,
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't want to belabor this point anymore. If you want anti-racism to go undefined, then any one of these will do. If you want it defined, then you have to go to B. But if you don't want it defined, then knock out B and then go for A and C.
Jennifer?
Yes, and I will
Val.
repeat that. Yeah, sorry, thank you. I will repeat that I would like them, I'm fine with not defining them because I want to see how people respond and how people answer. So I was looking at A and B or these two options as one is about how the school committee operates, the operations of the school committee as a body. And the second one was about the decision, the policies and the work that the school committee does. And that's how I differentiated the two things we're now trying to get at in question 4. I feel like A and B are too similar, are like worded so similarly that I think it will be confusing to people. It's clear to me that one's about school committee operations and meetings and practices, and one is about the decisions that the school committee makes about policies. So I like C because it gets at something similar, but it's worded very differently from B. And if Irv or if others are uncomfortable that we haven't defined structural racism, we could say something like, what role can you play to uphold these commitments, whatever those mean to you, or something like that. Like, or it can say end structural racism and achieve equity. Yeah, whatever those mean to you, comma, what role can you play to uphold this one? I don't know if we wanted to make sure people understand that we aren't defining it on purpose.
Okay, Michelle.
Yeah, I would just say, to your concern, Irv, the reality is that folks who are applying for these positions will have seen these questions in advance. And so the hope is they see the questions, and if they have some confusion about a particular term or what something might mean, they will have the opportunity to do a little research and for themselves define what anti-racism means. So I think that if we were in the position of giving them these questions without having had that, I would be worried about accessibility in terms of the language we're using. But because they have some time to do some research, I am less worried about not defining it.
I'm going to suggest that we use C as the question for 4. Are there strong objections to that? Jennifer?
Yes, I would like to use A and C.
A and C. All right. So 4A becomes 4 and 4C becomes 5.
There's some hands up.
Yes, Dorothy.
I just wanted to agree that we needed to do what you're doing. We needed A and C.
Thank you. Irv.
I mean, again, if people are fine without defining racism or structural racism and having people have those definitions in their mind and throwing those terms around without definition or structure, I'm fine with that. I mean, it doesn't mean that it's satisfying, but hey, these people seem to be saying that we would rather have this to be unformed in relationship to what something means, whether it's structural racism or anti-racism, etc. That is not important. It's more important that we use the term rather than what it means.
Okay. So, Athena? That becomes 4. That becomes 5. And now we go down, 6 is fine. There was no changes there. Okay. And then this is a sentence that leads in, or this is a statement that leads into the next two. And identify, recruit, and identify. The process is, you set up a process that you hope will identify, recruit, and hire a high quality candidate, even if you're not there for the actual hiring. That's my, yeah.
So I think in adding a opening statement, there should be a period at the end of that opening statement. And then number 7 should just be the original number 8. How will you help? And well, I think we had some other wordings, but that one was, how will you help ensure that the superintendent search is set up to identify, recruit, all of that. And then the other one was,
You can just go back to the existing thing. We can get it. So in other words,
superintendent search is set up to. And then number 8 would just be, how would you approach the upcoming budget cycle?
Right. Okay. The upcoming budget cycle. Irv. You have your hand up. Irv, you're muted.
Yeah, all right. So when I look at this, I said, how will you approach the upcoming budget cycle?
I didn't hear that, Irv. I'm sorry.
All right. Did you hear what I'm saying when I see number 8? How will you approach the upcoming budget cycle? It's it's not, it is so generalized and so without meaning that if people want to keep it in there, it's something that I would even think about because it's not a serious question.
Okay, Jennifer Shao.
Athena, can you scroll up a bit so I can see the top of this opening statement? Yeah, I like, sorry, you can scroll back down again now. I like 7 and 8 without the opening statement. I don't think we need the opening statement. And I guess specifically I'm thinking that it's asking what skills, knowledge, and experience will you bring, but like having skills, having experience with a superintendent search or a budget cycle is not a requirement. And not everyone has had experience with a superintendent with this type of search or with that type of budget process. And that doesn't mean they wouldn't do a good job. I feel like I want answers to 7 and 8, but I don't think we need the opening. I don't think we need the opening statement.
Athena, would you just hold on a minute, Jennifer?
Sure.
Would you go and put that statement all on one page? Yeah, thank you.
Great. And
take away the period, right?
And I agree that 8 is very broad, but I think that's okay because as Michelle said, people will have the questions ahead of time. And they can answer that however they choose. They can make their time answering that question, whatever they want it to be. I think it's okay that it's vague. At number 8.
Okay. Anna.
Yeah, I think it's really important to keep the skills, knowledge, and experiences in there because we don't mean, well, I guess when I pitch putting experience in, and we can add a word to clarify this, it doesn't mean direct, exact experience hiring a superintendent. It means what experiences do you bring that help you in this process, right? It might mean anything, and it allows people to share experiences that may not be automatically assumed to be direct by the folks interviewing them, but to explain how those are helpful, right? So it allows us to actually broaden our understanding of what beneficial experiences might be, even if they aren't a direct one in their candidate statement. So I think maybe if we could say, or transferable experience or something like that to clarify. But I think that if we don't ask people to share the situations or the experiences that they've had, we might just get idealistic answers. And I think it's really important to hear how folks have navigated situations that they feel would be helpful to them in this scenario. So it doesn't mean exact experience in a superintendent search, but what are some relevant things? And that allows us to expand our own thinking about what transferable skills and experiences there are. So I do stand by that because I think it's really important, so that we also are checking our own assumptions about what is relevant and in different scenarios.
Anna, would you accept the fact that we say instead of include what skills, include relevant skills?
Sorry, what? Can you say that again?
As you respond to the next two questions, please include relevant skills, knowledge, and experience you will bring to the school committee that will help the committee.
Yep, that's fine. I think I just want to keep that skills, knowledge, experience in there.
So we're going to change the word what to relevant. Jennifer Shao.
I thank you, Anna. And I've just realized that this says please include, not just what. So I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I wanted to make sure that you could see it all together, because I was trying to avoid what you were concerned about. Irv?
I guess when I look at these questions, I'm thinking in terms of practicality, and Jennifer, Anna, etc. All of them, make really good points. But when I look at the reality of which we face, all I really want to hear from these candidates is some reasonable grasp on reality in terms of what the school committee is facing and how they are going to be helping. So however we structure these questions, whether Jennifer or Anna or anyone else, it doesn't really matter to me, because the reality is going to determine what it's going to end up being. So what I'm saying is, look, let's get to the meat of all of this, agree on the wording, etc., so we can make sure that we are going to be on track to meet our schedule to get these members on board as soon as possible.
Right. So I'm going to, at this point, say Michelle?
This is really minor. In the beginning paragraph, maybe to say in that second sentence, to the school committee that will help the committee in this process, or with this process, because you start by saying that it's
with these processes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Okay, these are the questions, okay? The packet that I first introduced to everybody on the, oh God, when was it? The 28th of August, I guess, included the process. The process basically is that I will ask the questions. I will ask them by starting, if we say we have 5 people, I'll start with the first opening sentence. You start with person 1 through 5. The first question, you start with person 2 through 5, and then come back and do 1. So you just keep rotating so that the same person doesn't always go first, okay? I would expect that each of you will have your own set of notes that you want to have. If we use rating sheets, those now become public record. So I don't believe we used rating sheets in the past. After we get done, there is a period where we take a break. The 15 of us discuss the candidates, and then we actually do the voting. And I believe we already discussed that we would vote for 3. Athena?
In the past, we had talked about counselors and the school committee members indicating their 3 preferred candidates, and then we would tally those and
Right.
see how many. And then once that tally process is done, then there's a motion and vote to elect those 3 candidates, the 3 winning candidates.
As long as they have a majority vote.
The way we've done it in the past is to do this kind of tally process, and then there's the formal vote, and then the formal vote in the past has been, I think, usually unanimous.
Yes.
Right.
But the person.
Not that it has to be, but that's been our practice.
So a person who moves forward has to have 8 votes if there's 15 of us here.
I have to check.
I think
I
that's,
think
I
that's
think
correct.
it's in the charter that way. Yeah, I think the charter has it.
It's a majority of those voting, so it could
Okay.
be less if there are abstentions
All right.
or someone's absent.
All right. We're now talking about the process. We're no longer talking about the questions. You can take the questions down.
I just wanted to be sure, Irv had his hand up before we started talking about the process, so I wanted to make sure that.
Okay. Irv?
Yeah, I said this before, and I want to say this to you, Lynn, and the rest of you. And I think the school committee, Amherst School Committee, really has to know when this process is going to be completed. Are we still targeting September 26th for the final vote?
Okay. My goal, and I think other people share it, is that we will finish this on the 26th of September. Unless it's midnight and we're still going, and then it will be the 27th of September. But we will finish that night. Okay, Mandy Jo?
2 things. CRC has generally, when we've done the rotation, not rotated in the same order, because sometimes it's found that if you're always following the same person, it's not necessarily fair isn't the right word,
Okay.
but it's nicer if you get to follow different people every time. It's harder for the person determining how the questions and orders are going to be answered, but it's nicer to not always follow the same one. So I would request maybe we do that if everyone's in board with that.
I'm fine with that.
In terms of timing, I'm going to go back to my suggestion. I don't know whether people liked it or not, but if we get over a certain number of candidates, maybe we consider eliminating certain questions or options. I would probably propose not asking questions 3 or 6 and the closing statement to get us down to 7. Quick calculations, if we use 10 questions, and I'm including the closing and opening statements in those question numbers. 10 candidates is 3 hours and 20 minutes. 7 questions for 10 candidates is 2 hours and 20 minutes. So eliminating at that point is eliminating a whole hour of questions.
And your recommendation was to eliminate.
I think
We're gonna have to put the backup.
the criticism question, the one on the one important
The strengths.
strength and weakness.
Yep. Okay.
And then the closing statement.
Okay.
But that's just a proposal. I
Right.
don't know where people stand.
Okay. I'm looking for other comments. Dorothy?
Have we had a discussion about people who are running for school committee would not be eligible for these temporary positions? Are we
We've
going to?
not had that discussion yet, but we will. Okay.
Thank you.
Jennifer Shao?
Okay, so first, I don't think we should eliminate questions depending on the number of people who submit a letter of interest, based on the number of candidates we have for this position. I think that would involve a discussion of this group prioritizing the questions, and I think that we would be here for a very long time. And I think we have already prioritized the questions that are important to us, and we have already eliminated questions. So I don't think we should eliminate questions based on how many candidates there are. And I also don't think we should, or that we can, prohibit people from being considered for this role if they're running in the election. The charter states any registered voter can put their name forward. I think that would be very anti-democratic to limit someone who would be otherwise eligible from putting their name forward for this position. And
Jennifer, let me just comment on that piece and then please go on. I totally agree with you. We cannot say just because you're running, you can't apply. That's your personal decision.
And then lastly, I want to advocate to have a public comment period at the beginning of this meeting, the way the town council does for almost all of your meetings. I realize this is a special meeting. The September 26th is going to be a special meeting, not a regular town council meeting, but I want to advocate for a period of public comment at the beginning of the September 26th meeting, as you do for almost all of your meetings, for people to express their opinions, for us to hear from the public. I don't think it should be like in the middle of the process or like after the questions, but before we vote, but just like at the beginning, like you always do for your standard practice, have a period of public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Irv, you have your hand up.
Yes, I definitely having a period of public comment is definitely something that we should do, and more importantly, everyone who applies for this, whether they're going to be running for or standing for election, have a right to be a part of this process. To eliminate them would not be democratic at all.
Okay, Jennifer Taub.
Well, I just want to say I agree with that we should have a period of public comment, but my question was for the three candidates that we're each going to put as our top three choices, do we write that down on a piece of paper? I know it's public and submit it, or we verbally?
You verbally state it.
Okay, thank you.
Pam Rooney.
Yeah, I've been thinking about the opportunity for people to serve in this interim position. And I had come to the conclusion that I'm pretty clear that I would rather not have people who are running for the position as a bona fide elected official, simply because it feels that they will have their opportunity in November to express themselves. And maybe this is just then simply the way I vote. But it feels that we need sort of a transition team and a group of folks who bring experience, hopefully all kinds of experience to the table to help us through this period. And I had thought that perhaps we would have a conversation about this and to be a little more clear about our expectations for filling these spots.
Would other people like to comment on that issue? Shalini?
Yeah, I can see there are pros and cons to both, allowing people to do that, and then there's some continuity and they get a head start. But I can also see that it's good to just have a different set of people. And I don't know if I'm open to both, and I wonder if we need to hear the pros and cons. But I had a question about the public comment. Should I wait for that one? Let's first just deal with this question. I think with public comment, I'm all about wanting to hear people's lived experiences, their perspectives. In this particular case, we are having a meeting for a very specific purpose, for which we're creating all these criteria and questions that we're going to ask. And then based on that, we are, as a committee, going to come to some consensus or not, but we'll make decisions. And I'm just curious, what are people who are proposing for a public comment, what are your intentions for having that public comment, especially given that we're having it up front without having heard what the responses are from people? So is it
people coming in, bringing in their relatives and friends to advocate for them? Is that giving people an opportunity to do that, to advocate for their friends? And because we haven't yet heard what the responses are, and the public hasn't really heard what the responses are of all the different candidates. So I would love to hear what people's intentions were for having a public comment here.
Okay, so we're sticking to two issues right now. One is the issue of public comment at the meeting at the beginning. The second is the issue of whether or not we have, it's whether or not you personally feel that people who are presently or as of tomorrow will be officially running for office should be considered. I'm going to address the second one. I don't believe that there is any way you can legally prohibit a person from submitting their name if they're running for office. And so if you believe that that's not the best candidate, that's your decision. That's my personal opinion. But I don't think we can say we got 7 applications and 4 of them are running for office. And so therefore we're only going to interview 3. So Jennifer, you already weighed in on this, I think. No, go ahead. Jennifer Taub, I'm sorry.
So I don't know that anyone was suggesting that we not accept statements of interest or interview candidates. It would more be if we had a conversation and there was sort of an agreement on a policy that, we would not want the council to kind of put our thumb on the scale by selecting candidates who are also running. Maybe that's an individual decision we make. It feels like maybe we can't have, we don't know who submitted it. We don't know how many statements of interest we've received. So what if we only have statements of interest from candidates for the school committee? So that, I feel like it's maybe a little early to have that conversation, so I don't know if this would be a conversation we'd have after the interviews. Are we going to, so after the interviews, we're going to have a discussion?
Yes, we are.
Right. So maybe that is the time to have that conversation. Because again, we don't know how many statements of interest are even going to be received right now.
I have no idea.
But I have, my personal feeling is that if we have good candidates that are not school committee candidates, that it would help to depoliticize the process to select interim members who will only be interim members that are not also declared candidates. That's my personal opinion.
Okay.
Lynn, if I may,
Yes.
I'm going to strongly advise that the council exercise caution when having this discussion about limiting the eligible applicants. I think the law is fairly clear about who's eligible, and all you have to do is be a voter in Amherst. So whether you call it a policy or what have you, I think that should be left to the council deliberation following the interviews.
Should have said criteria.
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, on the first issue and the one we're just discussing, I agree with everything that Jennifer said, so I don't have to repeat it. And as far as the Jennifer who just spoke, Council
That's Tao.
The second question, however, on public comment, I am very uncomfortable. This is a special meeting. Council rules are clear that we do not commit to having any public comment at special meetings. And I think that we're all having trouble with the first question because we realize that there's an interrelationship between 2 issues: running for the November election for school committee and applying for this position. It's mixing those two things, and having public comment is inviting electioneering during public comment. And I just don't feel comfortable with that.
Mandy Jo?
So I'm uncomfortable with the location or the way this deliberation is going. Our agenda has two specific things on here for school committee vacancies: discussion of the interview questions and of the election process, not of any criteria or anything. It is clear that the charter allows anyone who is a registered voter to apply. And I believe it improper to discuss any criteria tonight that any of us might be considering or not considering until we are in the deliberation phase after the interviews.
Mandy Jo, I totally agree with you. I think that is also what Athena has been suggesting to all of us, so that I think that the discussion as to whether or not you are a candidate for office for school committee or any other candidate for that matter, and you apply, it's not an issue we will continue discussing. So we're now back to the discussion about public comment. And Jennifer?
So
Ciao.
someone asked what the objective of public comment would be at the September 26th meeting. And I wanted to say the objective is the same reason you have public comment for all your meetings, is that you want to hear from members of the public about a decision you're going to be making. Often those public comments happen at the beginning of a meeting before you've discussed whatever it is you're going to be discussing. And I don't think this should be any different. The members of the public have a right to communicate to the public as well as to the council how they think we should vote, we being the council and the school committee. I've now been part of two special meetings when you have had public comment. So it doesn't seem to be a rule that you have to follow, that special meetings don't have public comment. So because we want to hear, as elected officials, we want to hear from the public, and we want the public to be able to say publicly, because that's what public comment is all about, how they think we should vote. As for it being electioneering, I mean, it's only electioneering if it could only fall into the category of electioneering if the person being talked about is on the ballot. But we don't know who's going to be submitting their name for these vacancies. So to say now we're going to not have public comment because it might be electioneering. What if everyone who submits a letter of interest is not a candidate? Then it won't be electioneering. And then, but then we will have decided now to not allow public comment. So I see no reason not to have public comment. We should all want to hear from the public about how they think we should vote. That is the public's right.
Irv?
All right, just one thing, Lynn, you might have
Irv, we can't hear you.
I'm not on mute. Hello?
Now we can.
Lynn, you might have been overlooking my hand. She's been up, and you've gone around me a number of times, so I'm not sure whether you're seeing my hand or not. But in relationship to what Jennifer just said, there is no way that we should prevent public comment just because of the fear that there might be electioneering. We should not let the fear of something happening determine what we consider to be right and just here. And something that is right for me is that on that night when we're going to be deliberating candidates, it's going to be public. People know it's going to be public. That to say we're not going to take public comment before this would not seem to be a correct kind of decision for this body to make.
Michelle?
I support a public comment, but I have a question about timing. Is it possible at this stage to begin the meeting at, say, 5:30? So that we would I'm not saying we would limit it to a half an hour, but so that we would add a half an hour cushion in the front end. Or do folks think that that's, I think our meeting tonight might have started at 5:30. I don't know how well attended it was, but I just am thinking about if we have to get it done at that meeting, if we could add more time, it might be helpful.
I'll speak to that in a moment. Let me take other comments. Mandy Jo.
I'm struggling with the benefit of a public comment period at the location in the meeting that has been proposed, which is before interviews. Because there will be nothing new for people to comment on other, than what was published in the packet, but anyone who would like to comment on something published in the packet may be able, can file a written comment that gets published in our packets, that everyone can have access to before the meeting. And so I'm not sure that a public comment period before interviews take place adds any benefit to the meeting that is not already there for us as counselors and school committee members from what we would have received prior to the meeting in written form. I could see a benefit to a public comment period after interviews when there is more information that everyone has received because of the interviews. I don't know whether I would support that or not. I don't know where I stand, but if we were to do a public comment period in either location in the meeting, given that the meeting is to determine and decide and vote on who to appoint to the school committee, it seems to me that public comments could be completed in 1 minute, that people would not need 3 minutes to advocate for who they may want us to appoint. And that limiting would serve a couple of purposes. It would allow more people to make public comment if we allow a public comment period, but it would also serve to hopefully get us to a resolution of what our goal is for that evening at a more reasonable time when people might be able to stay and watch and be here if they come in person, because it is a, it is a meeting of high interest that I don't think we really want to be making decisions at midnight for, because that's not accessible to the public. And so if we do public comment in the meeting, I think this would be a time to shorten the length of each public comment, ensure that each public commenter can only speak once, and make sure that we're getting to the appointment part and deliberation and voting part at a reasonable time in the meeting. We've received as counselors comments in the past that our meetings go too late, and once they hit a certain time, they become basically inaccessible to a large number of people.
Thank you. Jennifer?
So I want to point out that written public comments that are submitted to the town council are not, as far as I can tell, part of the meeting packet. They are posted on the town council website, but in a separate location from the agenda and the meeting packet. I was informed of this. They're by 2 week. They're like posted in a PDF in 2-week chunks. I was informed of this like a while ago, but I had forgotten about it. And today, when people mentioned that they had submitted written public comment for this meeting, I hadn't seen it because I looked at the packet, but I didn't go look at the town council comments section, which is a different part of your website, which is not part of the packet. So, and I wasn't even informed that that was a thing as a member. I was one of the 2 remaining members of the Amherst School Committee. So, so there's that like people don't necessarily know where to go look for public comments, and public comments are not just for the town council. They are also for the public. Also, I think it's just a good practice to allow people several ways of submitting a comment, both written and oral in verbally in person, to say we don't need to have in-person live public comment because people can just email us. Well, people have different ways that they prefer to communicate, and I think offering different venues is smart, is smart and accessible. As for the timing, I mean, again, my suggestion is to have a public comment period at the beginning, because that's when public comment usually is for your meetings and for school committee meetings. The public knows that we're going to be making a decision that night, and they want to give us their input on that decision before we make it. Does it make more sense to have that after the interviews and after the candidates have spoken? Well, I kind of feel like it doesn't even really make sense. I don't think it's any better then, because it's like we will all have just heard the same things that people have said, and then we want to hear from the public to comment on what we all just heard. But we all just heard, like, as opposed to if people want to advocate for a certain person to be selected by us, or if they want to suggest to us that we keep in mind certain things as we're listening to the candidates, that can and should happen at the beginning of a meeting, the way that is your past practice of having public comment at the beginning of a meeting before you make a decision. Thank you.
Athena, I need to ask a question. We have posted pretty publicly in many places that this meeting begins at 6 o'clock. Can we post the meeting at 5:30 at this point and have public comment for the first half hour?
The notice on the bulletin board says the meeting starts at 6. You could do a special meeting earlier at 5 or 5:30 if you wanted, just for public comment, I suppose. But
Okay.
the notice says the meeting begins at 6.
So I'm hearing various things, but if we're going to have public comment, it's at the beginning. It has been suggested that perhaps we meet a little earlier, like 5:30. I know that is difficult for some people because of work and because of family. Excuse me. And I'm having now been here since 5:30. I'm beginning to feel the wear and tear. Okay. Shalini?
So I completely agree. When we have public comment, to offer as many different channels for that. I'm still trying to sincerely understand that if we have, for example, 100 people asking before we even heard the candidates, and we have 100 people saying we should vote for XYZ, and then we actually hear the candidates, and there is a person who is new to the political arena but is bringing in their skill sets and so forth and offering. And so would that imply that because 50 people have asked us, 100 people asked for that one person, that we don't, and there are 3 other candidates who are bringing in really good skill sets for this. So does, and they did not, and those people did not hear these candidates because they are only speaking out of their experience and knowledge of the candidates they're advocating, but they haven't had a chance to listen because they spoke before. So they haven't had a chance to listen to all the other candidates. So it feels like that's advocacy versus really looking at what is best for the school committee, for our students, for our teachers, all of that. And so I feel like I'm being put in a situation that's, I don't understand what would be it's like letting people down, and creating a process that could let people down, that we asked you to come and share what you want to say, and then we're going to go ahead and vote in a completely different direction because we heard this. And I think it does a disservice to people who might be new to this process but are willing to now step into this role and may not have as many advocates for them, but they are putting themselves out there. And so and so I'm still not hearing, like, what am I, so if I hear 100 people, yeah, I'm still struggling with what am I, so when we do have public meetings and we invite public comment, it's to hear people's lived experiences. And when we do appointments like we do in CRC, we don't have, I don't think we have a public comment to get people's feedback on who we should appoint. So that's where I think it's a little different.
Okay, thank you. Dorothy?
I feel like I'm in a strange universe. I truthfully have never heard of having public comment before a deliberation where we're going to be choosing people. It sounds like some kind of political rally taking place beforehand. And I'm thinking of the candidates. This could be creating a very charged atmosphere, which will influence how they behave and how they feel. The public will have a chance to have their say. They are electing a new school committee in November. This is an interim appointment process. And I don't, all the appointments that have been made since in the 5 years I've been on the council, I'm not aware that there were public comment periods beforehand. So I think it's a terrible idea. I think it's an absolutely terrible idea, and will be make it so people really don't want to show up for an interview, because it's hard enough to come to an interview. But then if you know that you're going to have this people kind of agitating, and we don't know what for, we do not know who or what, and they will not be able to prepare themselves for this. So I'm really hope we don't do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anika?
Yes, I think, Dorothy Pam has raised a point that is, I think will happen and we're walking into. Also, for what others have said, we don't know who exactly will submit. If we have a public comment beforehand, we've seen this before. This will not be our first rodeo. When the public gathers and comes in support of whether it's an issue or a person, that is going to happen. However, I would like to push that if we're able to push this meeting up and have more time, that would be important, because it is up to us that regardless of what is said through public comment, that we need to be thoughtful and centered on what the candidates are actually going to say and make our decision based on that. So allowing the public to have their comment, again, we know if people are in front of us that are on the ballot, of course, this could potentially happen. We've seen it over and over again, just for different issues when we're talking about advocacy. But I do think that it is all of our responsibility to just really be focused on who is speaking and what they're saying, and just not get caught up in whatever weeds and challenges that we may have, whether it is through a public comment or anything else that we have to deal with throughout this process.
Irv?
Yeah, I have no, I cannot think of a reason that we would not have public comment. And I think that I'm coming from a place where the school committee has been criticized for not being transparent and open, and not dealing with the public in a straight-on fashion. We have not welcomed, we have been charged with not welcoming the public in. We have been charged with not making the public a stakeholder in our decision-making process by allowing free and open speech. So I am totally in favor of public comment. And yes, it may be, in some ways inconvenient. It may not, and it may be things that might happen and people might say or do in terms of politicking, but that's part and parcel of what an open process is. And I want this to be an open process.
Alicia?
Thank you, Lynn. I also just wanted to express that I am in favor of having public comment, just as we would at mostly any other council meeting. And I think that we're making a lot of assumptions that people will come and tell us who to be voting for, but the actual content of public comments range. And so people can show up just to tell us, like, I hope to have school committee members who are passionate about X, Y, and Z, and who are interested in advocate for X, Y, and Z. And maybe the public comments entail things like that. And I think it's important to allow the public to express those things to us. And then in regards to some of the things that came up, like what Dorothy said, I think that's the purpose of having the public comment before the candidates speak, because I think it's less likely that then people will make comments directly about what the candidates just said, but just about how they're feeling or what their experiences are, or what's resonating with them when they read whatever written answers. And I think that is valuable to us. But also in regards to what Shalini was saying, in terms of if 100 people come and advocate for somebody and they don't know the other people, like that is fine. We are all still individual counselors who can think and make decisions for ourselves. And so if 100 people come and advocate for one person, that doesn't mean you are required to then vote for that person. You can still hear their interview and use your own discretion to decide whether or not, based off of all the other people you heard, if you still feel that way. But I still think it's very important to allow the public to have the time to provide us with their specific input, because we'll most likely get a lot of different feedback.
Michelle?
Yeah, I agree with Alicia about the content of public comment. We can make some guesses about what people might bring to public comment, but we can't be for sure. But the question that I have is, because originally I was sort of thinking along the lines of Dorothy, like we're appointing these people and this is sort of an internal process, although I still support public comment. But the question I have is, are these appointees held to the same standards as an elected official? So the ethics, all of the things that we are held to. Okay, so then in that case, to me, it feels like this is not simply an appointment process. This is in some ways an election. And so I therefore feel like we should treat it, even though it is 3 months, and even though we have maybe different views about whether it should be someone that's on the ballot or not on the ballot. I think that for the purposes of public comment, we should treat it in the same way that we would other matters.
Shalini, I'm going to take one more comment and then I'm going to make a decision. Okay.
Okay, I just wanted the clarification that is this supposed to be like an election? Because I think I've spoken to a few people and it seems like an opportunity for people who are not sure that they want to commit to being a full-time committee member, but they're like, oh, we want to try this and see if this is something. And so to me, it wasn't like an election process, because then of course everyone has to, do door to door and canvass and get people to come and speak. But to make it a leveling playing field for people for this interim process, my sense was, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is that this is not just an interim appointment, it is a full-on election. Because I think it's different in the two situations. And that would change how I think about it if you're thinking like, yeah.
Let's not get back into that issue again, okay?
No, I'm not saying, I'm just talking about this particular, I'm not saying that we should or should not appoint people if they're running. I'm saying, is this interim appointment, are we characterizing that as, or is that an election process, in which I didn't think it was. I thought it was an interim appointment process, and which should not be as burdensome for the people who are volunteering to step in, and to make it equal for everyone so that it's not intimidating, or now have to go and garner a lot of support. To me, it feels it's not a level playing field for everyone if we allow that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we can continue debating this for the rest of the evening. I'm going to put out the following proposal. I'm going to start by asking, is there anybody in the room now, since we're all here, all 15 of us, that cannot meet at 5:30? 5:30, September 26th. Is there anybody who cannot meet on that time, at that time?
I am an
Le-
unknown at this point.
I'm sorry.
I'd have to check with my family.
Okay.
And Lynn, I have to check. I should have landed on the other side. I'm traveling to India I have to just convert the hours and whatnot. I'm traveling on Monday, and this is on Tuesday, and India's ahead. So most probably I'll be fine, but I just want to.
I'm hearing enough uncertainty. We'll keep the meeting at 6 o'clock. And that way it's what you've been planning for. And we will open with a period of public comment. I also want to strongly urge anybody who wants to make public comment to email the council and the school committee members that are with us tonight. I also strongly urge that you use the form that the council uses for public comment. And I also strongly urge that, and we will then make sure that all of us, all 15 of us, have the link to the published comments, which we will try to publish 1 hour before the meeting starts. Andy?
And I would urge that public comment be strictly limited to 1 minute, and that we be prepared to terminate any public comment at that time.
Fine. Kathy?
To give Athena time to put those comments up, we need to let everyone know to get their comments to us more than an hour before the meeting.
They should get, Athena, when do you need the comments by?
The council doesn't have a rule when I have to publish them. So if they,
But we're asking you to publish them 1 hour before the meeting.
okay, then I will
And
do
when
that.
do you need, so when do you need them by?
An hour before the meeting, I can do it right then.
Okay. All public comments on the general public comment form have to be in by 5. Jennifer?
Can I ask, so you said the link to that public comment will be sent to all of us. Can I ask that it be posted as part of the meeting packet?
We don't do that, Jennifer, and I'm
I-
sorry.
I'm not asking for the documents to be part of the meeting packet. I'm saying if you're going to send us the link, just pop the link into the agenda so
We
that
can do
the
that.
public can see what we can see. Thank you. I have one other thing, Lynn. I just heard you agree to Andy's request to limit each person's public comment to 1 minute, but without
You know, I know it sounded like I agreed. I think the issue will be how many people plan to make public comment. And if we're looking at 30 people, then we may have to limit it to 1 minute. And if we are looking at 10 people, we'll probably give them each 3 minutes.
Great, because I've heard you do that before in meetings. I've heard you say, I'm going to see how many public people have raised their hands and then I'll decide. Can we not decide now?
That's generally my process. But I think what Andy is saying and what all of us are saying is, please say what you have to say in public comment and be precise. We have a long evening ahead of us, potentially that night, and all of us want to be as fresh as we can when we make our decision. Okay.
I agree. So we're not saying now that you're going to limit each person to 1 minute. Thank you.
Irv?
I just want to be clear in terms of if a person wants to make public comment, are we saying they have to have previously submitted in writing what they're
No.
going to be saying?
No.
You're not saying,
People can make public comment in the following ways, and they are not exclusive of each other, okay? They can write the council in general. If I have time, I usually send them back and say, if you would like this to be public through our general public comment, I give them the link, okay? So that's the second way, is you just go directly to general public comment link. And the third one is that you actually come to the meeting, raise your hand and make public comment.
all right, as long as that's made clear, because when you said that, I was thinking, well, are we saying that they have to have it written? It really needs to be very clear.
We're very clear. You can write us an email. If I have time, I will send you the link where you can put the general public comment in, or you can go to the town's website where you do general public comment, or you can come to the meeting and make general public comment. Okay. Are there any other questions regarding this process? Okay, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. For those of us that are on the council, I am going to quickly look at the agenda and see what we have to get done.
Lynn, would you like to take a recess before you call the regular meeting to order?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 9:40. I'll give you 7 minutes. Wow. All right. Stations, please. Please lower the notice. Please turn your video on as soon as you're back.
I'm here. This is Anika.
Thank you. Michelle, are you back? Alicia?
I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks, Alicia. Anika, you're back. I think you said you were here. And Michelle?
I'm here. Yes.
All right. This is the fourth of 4 meetings tonight. It's September 18th, 2023, and this is a regular town council meeting. However, it will become quite abbreviated with your assistance. We've already talked about the fact that we're allowed to do this, so I'm not going to go there again. I am going to make sure that people can still hear us. Shalini Baumilne,
Yes.
Patty Angeles,
Yes.
Anna Devon Gothier,
Yes.
Lynn Grease, Mrisna, I, Mandy Johanicky,
Yes, I can hear.
and Nika Lopes.
I hear you.
Michelle Miller.
Yep.
Dorothy Pam. Pam Rooney.
Yes.
Kathy Shane.
Yes.
Andy Steinberg.
Present.
Jennifer Taub.
Present.
Alicia Walker.
Here.
Dorothy Pam. She has her camera on. I'm sure she'll be back. All right. We are going to, the announcements are on the sheet. I'm not going to go through them. They're posted. I will mention that Community Preservation Act requests will be accepted until October 1st, 2023. I will also mention that there will not be a big Puerto Rican Heritage Day celebration with the schools this year. They're going to take a pass for a year. However, we're trying to arrange a point where we do a flag raising on Friday, but we're still working out the details. However, I've looked at the proclamation and I don't believe that it needs to be changed. So with that, I'm going to ask, we have no hearings. We're going to go to general public comment. If you would like to make public comment, please raise your hand. Nadine, are you still there? Please enter the room and state your name and where you live.
I am still here. This is Nadine
Great.
Mazard, and I live in I live in Amherst, Massachusetts. So I'm coming in, and one of the things I know that is that I want to have a public discussion about. First, I want to say is that I do appreciate public comment, and I do appreciate the fact that people are able to come in at different times to be able to do that because people have different things. So was involved in that last one to hear quite a bit of stuff. I do think that we spend a lot of time spending on things that we should already have policies and things like that already in place because it's not the first time a lot of things have occurred. And then, but to move forward, I just wanted to talk about the fact that about what's going on with Cress and the fact that Cress, the director, was placed on administrative leave. We still don't have all the information that's going on with there. We do need, I know we're at the forefront with regards to Amherst and the things that we're doing. So we want to get some sort of information, more public transparency with that part. The other thing is that I am not in favor of the police being part of one of the individuals who are overseeing. Don't quite get, because I attended one of the CSSJC meetings, and they talked about there were 4 people that were brought in, and I'm not sure if that was the policy to do that. And I also do want to talk about the fact that sending some of the categories of the 911 calls there to that, and then and I'm understanding that the administrative assistant director is being brought in. So definitely wanting to, question those kinds of things. And I do think Oh, and then lastly, I also want to bring up the stuff with regards to the police chief. That again, to Paul, as much as I appreciate you, I would say that you shouldn't have the sole be the last person to make the decision. I think it should be a committee that makes a decision about the police chief, and I do want the police chief to work together with the the CRES and the different programs out there for all the stuff that's been working. And I do think that we need to start having more power shifting within the town, and then and definitely bring in individuals who can collaborate and work and do things like that. That's it.
Thank you for joining us. Allegra Defund, please state your name, come in, state your name and where you live.
Hi, this is Allegra. I live in Amherst. I am the chair of the Community Safety Social Justice Committee, but I'm speaking just as a member of the town tonight. I do have a few different things that I wanted to get out. So the first is I think that public comment is really important, and just like we have had some public listening sessions for the police chief search, I think it would be important to have the public weigh in, not necessarily on who the candidates are going to be for the school committee, but what their values are in terms of the search. So I know that you can't say what the public can and can't say during public comment, but I think taking away the opportunity to talk about the qualities of a person rather than just the person themselves would be a disservice to the community. In terms of the police chief search, I am glad that there were some public forums, and I believe that there might be some more opportunities for public input coming up. I hope there will be a virtual forum for people who might not have been able to or comfortable attending in person. And I do hope that there will be forums at the end of the search process with the finalist candidates for the community to meet them. I was unclear whether that was part of the plan at this point, but I do think it's really important and that we have transparency throughout the process of the police chief appointment. And just to echo some of what Nadine said, I know that before his leave, Earl had been pretty vocal about trying to get 911 calls up and running, and the time frame kept on moving backwards from my perspective. And I hope that that will be something that can occur rapidly under the hopefully interim leadership. I also, again, have expressed some concerns in the CSSJC meeting last week, but I do think that with the program up and running, it changes having part of the leadership team be a member of the police department when that is what we're trying to create an alternative to. I do understand that there's a need for collaboration with the police, but I think there's a difference between having a collaborative relationship and having somebody embedded in the leadership structure. So that was my concern with the interim plan. And I know it's interim, I know it's everybody is kind of being asked to do additional responsibilities, but that is my concern with it as it stands. And I think that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Deborah Ferrara, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. So I'm Deborah Ferreira. I'm in Amherst, live in district. I'm from District 2. I'm also part of CSSJC. Just like some of the other callers already spoke about, I want to say a couple of things. First, obviously, I want to, just acknowledge that an important member of our CSSJC, Dr. Demetria Shabazz, passed away, and she was an ardent fighter and warrior for justice. And so that's another reason why I'm calling today, because I'm really very perturbed that there is a leadership team in place that has the fire chief, and then also a sergeant for the police department. I was also part of the CSWG, and that was not part of the recommendation. So CRESS is supposed to be separate from the police department and the fire department, and they should not have anything to do with the leadership. Again, they can collaborate, but they shouldn't be part of the leadership. So this transition team that's in place right now is going to totally change the mission of CRESS. What I would recommend, and I know other people in the community would recommend, is for a responder who has been there from the beginning to be the leader while CRESS is in transition. Also, I would like for this process, in terms of looking into what's happening with Earl Miller and the director of CRESS, to go as speedily and fairly as possible so that we can have definitive leadership for CRESS. This is very, very disturbing in terms of what's happening. And then in terms of policy decisions that have to be made during this time, why can't those be with us, CSSJC? Because we were the ones that were put in place to make sure that all the recommendations for CSWG would be followed. And so that should be part of the interim plan. And then also, yes, 911 calls need to start immediately going to CRESS, because that was one of the things that had also been recommended, and that has not happened. And CRESS has been ready since January to take on 911 calls. CRESS is a public safety department and should be treated as such, and it has not been treated as such. Also, a program assistant for CRESS should have already been hired, and that we wouldn't be in this situation in terms of a transition leadership plan if that program assistant position had already been hired. And then a couple of things around the police chief is one, CSWG has recommended to the town manager to have a virtual forum. And as of right now, he has not agreed to that. And there is a need for virtual forum because the other two were in person and a lot of people were not able to attend. And also when the candidates are when there's finalists, there should be 2 virtual forums on 2 different days to give
Deborah,
people.
please finish up.
I know, there's 3 more seconds though. But anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Brianna, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, everyone. My name's Brianna and I live in North Amherst. I have similar concerns to other folks that have called in. I am really, really concerned about the leadership that we have at CRESS. One, because the police being so involved with CRESS could skew its mission. But aside from that, I feel very conflicted that there's so many cooks in the kitchen. When Scott Livingstone retired, we didn't round up somebody from HR, somebody from communications, and somebody from the rec department to run his department. So under that same notion, I'm really hoping that you all can consider promoting somebody within CRESS to run the department, somebody that has been there from the moment that it started. And I just want to remind you all that when CSWG envisioned CRESS and when we were working on the program aspect of everything, this is why we envisioned it with an assistant director, because this is a new program, things happen, and this is what assistant directors are for when leadership is needed. So I really hope that you all rethink the leadership at CRESS.
Thanks, Brianna. Andrew Brace, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Hi, my name's Andrew. I live in Amherst, but I was calling on behalf of the DPW today. I work for the Department of Public Works, and I'll keep it short. I want to thank a bunch of you who recently have come for a site visit. As many people are aware, the building's in terrible shape. Rain's leaking through live light fixtures and portions of the roof are collapsing. We were just hoping at DPW, and I think it's important for the public as well. Would like a better timeline, I think would be good, and some sort of schedule of updates to kind of keep this moving along and keep us involved and in the know. And that's it. I know you guys have had a long night. I'll keep it short. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks for joining us, Andrew. We are going to conclude public comment, and we are going to go to the consent agenda, which I have slightly amended, and if you'll put it up on the screen.
Lynn, one last hand went up right before you closed public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Pat, please enter the room, state your name and where you live.
Good evening. Can people hear me?
We can, thank you.
I'll be very quick. So I want to echo what Nadine, Allegra, Deborah, and Brianna said. However, I do want to emphasize that the town manager consider appointing one of the CREST responders. Most of the responders are people of color, and this is a huge opportunity to start training them in leadership position. I'm not going to labor on that. I also want to, you already received a letter, an email that I sent on behalf of my group, Black Business Association of Amherst area. We are calling for the building commissioner, Rob Moran, to step down due to discriminatory practices involving Hazel nightclub that led to the business closing abruptly and was not given the same option when they were trying to rent a space. So I don't want to go into detail what I sent, but I just want to make it publicly known that BBA is calling for Mr. Moran to resign. And I'm also wondering when APA funds will be distributed. There are still a lot of residents struggling in our town, a lot of businesses still struggling. When is this going to happen? Thank you and good night.
Thank you for joining us, Pat. Okay. Want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, now we'll proceed with the consent agenda. And basically, I've added a referral to it. So the following items and the printed motions they're under, and approve those items as a single unit. I should have said to move. The 2023 Puerto Rican Heritage Day proclamation. 6B, resolution in support of suicide awareness and prevention. 8C, referral of town manager goal development to governance, organization, and legislation committee. And 9A, 1 to 2, approval of the following town manager appointments: Community Preservation Act Committee and Design Review Board. Is there anybody who wants anything removed? Seeing none, is there a second?
Second. Oh, sorry. Second, Devlin Goff here.
Everybody's rushing. All right. With that in mind, then I'm going to begin the voting process. Shalini Bomil?
Point of order before we do. I just noticed on the motion sheet that the proclamations don't have actual motions. Maybe it's my motion sheet.
They don't.
Let's allow Athena to type them in before we vote, maybe.
Right. We're just taking a moment's pause. We're not taking a break, just a pause.
I'm gonna put these here and the motion below will match adoption as presented. Okay.
Okay. We've made some slight edits. Any problems?
And with the record of votes, we'll show those in
Yeah.
in the minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Shalini Bomil,
Yes.
Pat DeAngelis,
Aye.
Anna Devlin Goff,
Aye.
Lynn Griesmer is an aye, Mandy Jo Haneke,
Aye.
Nika Lopes,
Aye.
Rochelle Miller,
Aye.
Dorothy Pam,
Yes.
Pam Rooney,
Yes.
Kathy Shane,
Yes.
Andy Steinberg,
Hi.
Jennifer Taub,
Yes.
Alicia Walker.
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on. Okay. So I, very quickly for the, suicide prevention, Michelle, would you please read the last 3 paragraphs?
Yes, and if I could just quickly add that I brought this forward last year as a proclamation. I just wanted to note that for reasons considered by GOL, we moved it to a resolution. And I also wanted to say that I hope we will build on this as a council and a community so that in future years we can have awareness and prevention events in the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Amherst Town Council is committed to raising awareness about suicide prevention and will work with local public health and safety officials to ensure the community has access to adequate mental health resources. Be it further resolved that the Amherst Town Council urges its legislative delegation to continue to propose and support legislation that raises awareness about suicide prevention, intervention, and training. Be it further resolved that the clerk of the Amherst Town Council shall cause a copy of this resolution to be sent to President Joe Biden, Senators Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey, Representative Jim McGovern, Governor Maura Healey, State Senator Joe Comerford, State Representative Mindy Dom, the Amherst Board of Health, the Amherst Chief of Police, the Amherst Fire Chief, and the Director of the Crest Department. Thank you.
And for the Puerto Rican Heritage Day proclamation sponsored by myself, Pam Rooney, and Dorothy Pam. Now, therefore, we, the Amherst Town Council, officially proclaim September 23rd, 2022 as 23, I'm sorry, as Puerto Rican Heritage Day, and further recognize this proclamation by raising the Puerto Rican flag from September 22nd to September 29th, 2022, to help cultivate awareness for all residents of Amherst. We're going to go on to action items. The Counselor Compensation Fund plan is going to be on a future agenda. The town manager evaluation timeline, it's in your packet. GOL, in fact, Pat and Mandy Jo, maybe you want to speak to the fact that you shortened the time frame significantly. Oh, actually, Jennifer, you chaired the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay, well, Mandy, chime in if I, so what, GOL, reviewed the timeline for the town manager evaluation, which, initially was going to begin, or it might still begin, but it began on today, September 18th, with all, it would begin, instruments, videos, emails being finalized and then sent, that would be distributed to town departments and staff. And the GOL felt that we were basically dedicating more than a quarter of the year to the town manager evaluation process. And I think for many of us, it felt like, really, we're there again? Because we literally was about 8.5 months ago. So we are proposing, and will we vote on this tonight?
We don't vote.
We don't. Oh, that we are proposing that we shorten the process by a month. So if you'll bear with me, where initially we were going to begin the process on September 18th, we would now begin it on October 16th. And I might also add that another reason for doing this is both to shorten the time period, but also to try and, we're already asking the town manager for a self-evaluation, and we are evaluating him for 12-month goals, and we're starting the process after 9 months. And as it is, the town manager will be, will be doing a self-evaluation before a year is up, and so he could certainly discuss what he plans to do. There is no expectation that the town manager has achieved in 9 months what we asked that he would do in 12. So we would like to, we're proposing that the process start on October 16th. And then I'm not going to go through each step, But that basically, and then what we were going to propose begin on September 26th would start on October 25th. So basically, everything moves up about a month. And then we also are proposing that rather than waiting till the last meeting of the year, December 18th, to take a vote on the evaluation, that we begin, start that on December 4th, hopefully complete it on December 4th. But if we don't, then we have the final meeting of the year. But we didn't want to rush it and have it, have to take place during the last meeting. So in sum, what we are proposing is that we begin the process on October 16th and complete it on December 4th. So that shortens it by about, 4 to 5 weeks. And maybe we're hoping this might be a model for future years as well.
Yeah. Mandy Jo?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing. The December 4th is where we would end it completely, but we've built in that extra meeting. Otherwise, we could start 2 weeks later, but then we have no leeway. So,
Right.
but the one thing I really wanted to add was GOL also proposed one sort of bigger change to how the process works. We're proposing that in the new process, the town manager's self-evaluation basically starts the process. And that comes out before people, residents, staff members, and all can, before they, basically the same day, they get the instruments to be able to evaluate the manager's performance, so that we used to get all the evaluations. People would evaluate the manager's performance, committee members, members of the public, and town staff. And then the manager would submit his self-evaluation. And so we're sort of flipping that switch so that people have that self-evaluation available when they are filling out their own evaluations, just like the counselors have that self-evaluation available when we're filling it out.
Are there any questions? No. Actually, Pat and I had an opportunity to meet with Paul last Friday by Zoom and discuss it with him. It was a little
Good.
coincidental, but he knows what's going on. He actually welcomed the extra months, and we encouraged Paul in his evaluation to project 2 months forward as to what he hopes to be able to accomplish in that 2 months. All right, with that, we are going to go. Are there any committees who need to provide updates? CRC.
Are you asking for liaison?
Are we on to committee reports?
No, I'm at, yeah.
Did we skip 9.8C, the goals? Did you want to just, we referred.
Oh,
but-
I'm sorry. We did refer in our consent agenda. We referred the town manager's goals to GOL. They have consistently worked on them, and we will find time on a future agenda to have some initial thoughts from council members about those goals, so that as they start doing them, they will hear from you as well. Is there any question about that? Okay. Now, we're already done 9. So now we're going to go to committee and liaison reports. CRC?
Just that this Thursday, CRC is holding the public hearing on the proposed adoption of the specialized code. So we'll be holding the public hearing.
This is the stretch code.
The
Special, yeah.
specialized code.
Specialized. Thank you.
We've already adopted as a town the stretch code.
Yep. Thank you.
It's gonna be a good time.
Kathy, you had a question on that?
Yeah, Mandy, with that, have you posted any frequently asked questions and answers with that?
It got posted today.
Okay,
So there's a new document in the packet
thank you.
as of about 6-ish.
Okay. Kathy, elementary school building?
We, what I stated, I think a week ago, is that we were going to meet on September 29th to get the cost estimates, so the updated cost estimates. They've been somewhat delayed. It's just too tight a schedule, so we're searching for another meeting date. It looks like October 5th, a Thursday, we'll meet. We'll be able to. And just so people know what this is an interim estimate that goes with the design detail, and a whole report then gets sent to the MSBA. So the report will be full of pictures and graphs and much more detail. The estimates are an update. So one thing I might say on a positive note, but we won't know till we get the numbers, is the reports are from some other recent school cost estimates, that we have a more positive picture happening out there in purchasing land than we did a year ago or 6 months ago. So again, we won't know on our own, but Springfield and Western Massachusetts, a couple have been, instead of astonished and dismayed, been happy. It was more positive, but we'll get those. We get 2 cost estimates, and they have to get reconciled, and that reconciliation will be around September 27th, 28th. So the design team will have them, but they have to pull them back together again.
Okay. Alicia, you popped your hand up and then took it back down.
Yeah, I think my comment would probably be better suited at the end in topics like not anticipated within 48 hours. So I'm just going to wait. Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. Finance Committee, Andy?
Yeah, the Finance Committee is 2 meetings in a row on Friday afternoon, and I rushed to get one piece reported to you for today's meeting, but we're not discussing it tonight. And it's not action that needs to happen tonight. It just seemed appropriate since there was a motion on it, which was the compensation question that was referred from after the town manager and former finance director's memorandum about options was referred to us. The other issue that we've spent quite a bit of time with is the question of the fee structure for rental registration. And there were a number of questions that came up during the discussion that we're trying to understand the cost of providing the service in order to come up with a fee structure that would match the cost. And we really, in our discussion, appreciated even more how difficult the task was that CRC had undertaken, and why they were looking for the Finance Committee to help. But the interconnection between the policy issues and of what it is that we're seeking to achieve and the cost issues, which then lead to the fee structure issues, became very complicated. And so what we did at the last meeting was framed a series of questions that we really thought needed to get back to CRC's attention, so that we weren't in the position of the Finance Committee acting as a second CRC, but trying to do the role that we were asked to do. So with apologies to CRC, we essentially asked for some more help from you guys, and Mandy, when she gives her report, can comment further because she attended the last couple of meetings for the Finance Committee. It was very helpful for our discussion.
Any comments on that? GOL, Pat?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. We've been working on rules of procedure. We are going to try to finish that up in the next meeting or so, and we're going to be bringing those rules forward to the new council instead of this council voting on the final rules.
Okay. Jones Library Building Committee, Anika?
The next Jones Library Building Committee meeting will be on the 27th at 1 p.m. in the Woodbury Room.
TSO, Anna, you chaired the last meeting.
Sure did. All right. So sorry. It's 10:14. I did chair the last TSO meeting. We had a great time. We did have a great time. We did miss you, Anika, but we got an update on the proposed bylaw regarding refuse collection and recyclable materials. And that is that the request for information is out, which is really exciting. So that's a big step in that process that's been taken. So we'll wait with bated breath for the next update on that. We also voted, the council will be seeing something soon that was referred to TSO from the prior council, which is acceptance of provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 90, Section 18B. And this is the provision that would allow us to enact or to establish safety zones around certain areas in town that meet qualifications set out by that law. And obviously there are many more steps in the process, but it was really exciting to be able to go through this and find a process that we are able to start down that helps to fix problems that we've been hearing about, such as the ones around the Cushman School. So that was an exciting one, and I'm looking forward to that discussion at the council level. We made technically 3 appointments, but appointments to 2 different committees, which you all approved earlier today on consent. And then we heard from Shalini, we use first names, Shalini, from about a community engagement plan proposal and discussed that for the bulk of the meeting, and Shalini is going to bring back a slightly revised plan that has a checklist of ways for counselors or committees to think about proposals to ensure that we've got robust engagement from proposals that are moving forward through our council. And if I missed anything, Dorothy,
Anika?
Andy, or Shalini that you'd like to add, but I feel like that kind of covered what we did.
Anika, anything else you want to add as chair?
No, I think Anna covered it, and thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Okay. Michelle, AHRA.
Sure. The committee approved its final report today in our meeting, and we hope to publish the report next Tuesday, September 26th, in time to present it to the town council on October 2nd.
Okay. Liaison reports. Jennifer.
Yeah, I'll try and be brief. The Amherst Affordable Housing Trust met last Thursday. I do want to add, they meet monthly. So sometimes we meet before they've, I don't have something to report each meeting, but it is very hard to report on the Housing Trust briefly, to provide a summary, because what they do is so substantive. They really get into the nitty gritty and have really substantive discussions on a wide range of issues. So just briefly, they had a presentation by one of the Housing Trust members who had done research on co-housing and home sharing, specifically looking at broadening housing options, specifically for seniors, which as our senior population grows in Amherst, it couldn't be more timely. It was very interesting. So hopefully maybe there'll be a report, or I'd just like to refer you to watch the recordings of the meetings, but I know no one has the time for that. But they are also submitting an application to the Massachusetts Housing Partnership to have a grant to apply for a technical assistance grant to help support facilitating their meetings, and I think community meetings as well. They had a whole discussion about how you count affordable housing units. And a member of the trust, I think, met with Chris Brestroff, and where we say we have 10%, and we do according to how the state, the Commonwealth asks municipalities to report it, that we're probably more around 8.3%. I mean, we still do, we're not where we want to be. We do better than many municipalities, but it's actually a very interesting discussion to try and get an accurate count of the number of affordable units we actually have. And then there were some interesting public comments, and one was by a representative or a student at the university who really wanted to work with the Housing Trust and the town around issues of housing. So I think, that conversation will start, and that also couldn't be more timely. So that's it, but I probably haven't scratched the surface.
Are there any other liaison reports? Dorothy.
Okay, you heard a number of points from members of CSSJC in public comment tonight, and you heard those concerns, but I'll just repeat one aspect of the meeting, which was the noting of the passing of Demetria Shabazz, who has played such a major role in Amherst, and it should be noted. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. A real loss to our community. Any other liaison reports? Paul, town manager report, it's not written this time, but are there comments you want to make?
Yeah, there are a couple of things I want to bring up. One is just in terms of the SHI, which is the state housing inventory. We are at the percentage we should not, I think we should not be looking at that in terms of a lower percent unless all the other cities and towns look at it as a lower percent. To start to compare Amherst and saying we're going to fiddle with that number and then say, well, Hadley is at a bigger number. We just have to be looking at apples to apples, and it seems like we're trying to look at apples to oranges. So I hope that I know that the committee recognizes it, but it's important information. I think it's valuable information that the trust is looking at, but just so the public understands that everybody's playing by the same rules. I appreciate the comments tonight on the police chief search. So our police chief search consultants have been in town now. This is their third day in town, or virtually today and tomorrow. These are top shelf people who are consultants on this field. One is a former police officer. One is a DEI expert. They work as a team. They're conducting the city of Somerville's search for a new police chief as well. But I think, the comments that they've already shared with me, even though they're still in the middle of talking with many of you, I know, is we need more listening sessions. And I think that was said tonight. We need more virtual listening sessions because some people are concerned about coming into certain spaces, or there's some there's some really good COVID concerns as well. They understand that there needs to be more transparency in the process, and that's on me to make that happen. And we need to be understanding the role in the process for the advisory screening committee. And with all that, we'll be alerting you that this is going to take longer because we have to do more engagement. And I think that's something we want to do. We want to get this right. I will be coming to you in the near future asking for an extension. My goal is to still get it done as quickly as possible. We want to get it done, but we want to get it done right. There's a lot of interest in this, and this is a very, very important position for the town. So more listening sessions, more transparency, better sort of connection with the public, and those are all the things that we'll be working on. For the CRESS update, so the CRESS director's on paid administrative leave, as everyone knows. But we've noticed that we know that there needs to be a leadership structure there. This is an important, fairly large department that definitely needs a leadership. And the leadership was not going to come from within, as many people suggested. That was not an option available to us. So in searching for a solution for that, we've established a leadership team that's being led by our DEI director, Pamela Nolan Young, and it has Chief Tim Nelson and Sergeant Janet Griffin of the Amherst Police Department, and has Kat Newman. So 3 of the 4 are people of color, which I think is one of the things that we've always tried to do with this department, and have it be minority majority. And I'm really proud that these 4 individuals have stepped up and said they were willing to help lead this. This is an interim thing. It's not permanent. We don't want this, none of them want this to be permanent. This is sort of modeled on how we set the implementation team up when we had the co-chairs of the CSWG and other members of the CSWG. We had the police chief, the fire chief, and who is now our assistant DEI director involved. The team's composition is purposeful. It includes departments that align with CRESS's values and mission in public safety, but also in DEI. The DEI department brings an anti-racist mission to their work, and that's very important. Police are important to have involved in this, and I know that that's the hot point here. The key piece for us is we want this department to begin accepting 911 calls. 911 dispatchers are located in the police department. We need to have a successful working relationship with the 911 dispatchers in order to get those calls initiated. That's our mission. That's our holy grail. We're moving in that direction. And with good communication among all three public safety agencies, I think we're going to get there. The leadership team will meet weekly. And Pamela Nolan Young is located right next door to the Crest department. She's already making changes now, improving their workspace and things like that. And the goal here is to continue to build the relationships with the community members. But ultimately, we do want to have a unitary leader who's going to be running that department. And that's where we want to go. And lastly, I have to address comment made by Ms. Monabacu. Our town employees, especially our building inspector and their building commissioner, do their jobs with the utmost of professionalism, care, and understanding of the situation that they're walking into. The building commissioner enforces the building code fairly and without favoritism. The fire department enforces the fire code fairly and without favoritism. Their jobs are important, especially with a nightclub. We may have to make sure that the fire codes and the electrical codes and the plumbing codes and the ADA codes are all followed. Both conduct their professional duties to protect the public safety. They have a hard job, and I think we all know that, and I've dealt with building inspectors myself. It's not an easy job, but they do it exceptionally well. Ms. Anabaku's claims are false. Blaming the town for the failure of a business that failed to meet its financial obligations is wrong. These claims were investigated. There was a complaint filed about this. These claims were investigated by the town's human rights director based on this complaint. And the conclusion of that report, which is available to the public, is based on the statements made by all parties and the documents presented. It appears the process and acts of the town's employees and those of the bid were not discriminatory, as the town required both parties, meaning the bid and Hazel's, to have a ramp that met ADA standards. So careless accusations that are not based on facts are unacceptable for town employees. And it's damaging to our employees. It endangers their professional careers and their personal lives. And it's all because they're doing their jobs. Complaints are welcome. If there's someone who has a complaint about something, please bring it to me. Every town employee works for me. Bring it to me. You can make all the complaints you want about me. That's fine. That goes with this territory. And the complaint was brought. The town did investigate it. And I read the conclusion of that. The facts of this instance have been established. What's being created is a false narrative, a false equivalency. While people may be entitled to their own opinions, they are not entitled to their own facts. And so I just want to apologize to Building Commissioner Rob Mora. He is a tremendous public employee. You all have had the chance to work with him. You recognize what an honorable, fair, open-minded person he is. And to tarnish his reputation with an accusation like was made tonight is just offensive to me. Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time? Alicia.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. My first question is just, Mr. Bockelman, when you were talking about the leadership for Crest, you said that it was not an option for an internal candidate to be considered for the leadership, and I'm wondering if you can tell me why.
I'm happy to have that conversation with you, Alicia. There are a number of personnel issues in play right now. And I can't speak about them in public, but I'm happy to have that conversation directly with you. And I know you have a lot of interest and care about this department.
Okay, so yeah, I'd be happy to have a private conversation with you, and I can ask most of my other questions in that setting. And I do not intend to be disrespectful, because I do feel quite the heightened emotion in the room right now. But I do want to just explicitly state that institutional racism can also be professional.
Yes.
Dorothy?
Do we have any time limit for the leave of the director of CRES? A lot of time has gone by.
In this scope of things, when we look at it through our attorneys, not a lot of time has gone by when you're doing an investigation by an outside investigator. We do want to wrap it up as quickly as possible. We're trying to get there.
Thank you.
Pat?
I have wanted to talk about the police chief search, and I appreciate that it's being extended. I am very interested in having members of the public who live in the large housing complexes on East Hadley Road and other areas of Amherst, that they be spoken with. And what I did Saturday was to go to the mobile market and ask the questions that the consultants had asked us at the library. And I then shared that in my meeting with her today.
Okay.
But I really, because I'm part of that the mobile market community, there were people there who could translate for me because I don't speak Spanish. You really need to take a translator with you in many of these instances, and not just Spanish, but really reach out so that we have an understanding of a range of socioeconomic differences and people when we're looking for our chief.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
We will.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you for your words tonight.
Michelle?
I feel it's important to say that while I do have a lot of respect for Rob Mora and appreciate, Paul, what the concerns that you brought forward, I have just a strong feeling of discomfort that a member of our public exercised their right to speak in public comment and to express their opinion, and that you, as the town manager and the person who has a lot of power right now in the position that you sit in, would respond to those comments, in such a way. And I empathize with where you're coming from and wanting to protect and uphold the reputation of one of your employees who is dearly respected. But I just feel really uncomfortable with how that transpired. And I think that our public needs to feel comfortable coming and expressing their views and exercising their voice without feeling like somebody in the position of power that we're in would publicly rebuke them for doing so. And I just, I think I would never intend to speak for that public commenter, but the way that I understand it is that it's not about the person of Rob Mora. It's about the structures that can sometimes lead to circumstances of racism, and that it's our duty to, like we are with the director of CRES, even sometimes to go to an external source to investigate a situation. And I can't say that I know every detail of what occurred here, but I just felt it was important to share that. Thank you.
Are there any other questions of the town manager? We're going to go to town council comments. I hope to have a written president's report by October 2nd. We're still juggling agendas as we have tonight. But on the October 2nd, we will have the report from AHRA. And um, Michelle, I just want to mention that if your committee is going to attend as a quorum, we need to make sure it's posted.
Yeah, I was hoping to have a conversation with you this week about the plan,
Yes,
if that works. Okay.
absolutely. Mandy Jo.
Yeah, as we talk about the AHRA report being, and I assume it will be in the packet for the October 2nd meeting. I'm curious what other documents from AHRA will be in the packet. Specifically, will AHRA be publishing the survey responses or any analysis of the survey that they completed? And will that be in the packet?
Michelle?
Yes, I think Kathy asked a similar question last week. So the appendix will include the full survey results, as well as the analysis that the Donahue Institute completed, as well as lots of other documents. So I mean, all in all, it's probably a 100-page report with the appendix. So that will all be included in one PDF. And then I'm going to work with Lynn on the slideshow presentation that we will also be using. So the report will be to the council next Tuesday. The slideshow may be more like Thursday, but I commit to Thursday for the slideshow to be ready.
Okay, thank you. Dorothy?
I want to add to some of the things Michelle said. In the discussion, the issue that was brought up by Miss Pat, we've just been talking past each other for a very long time. Questions are raised, and I don't feel they get answered. Now, maybe they're answered to the satisfaction of some people, but not very clear. For example, why somebody does a temporary ramp and somebody can't open their business for 8 weeks because it has to be a permanent ramp. That does seem to be kind of contradictory. We're told that the big money towards the Drake was a different ARPA. Now, maybe it was. I'm not saying it wasn't, but I don't understand it. You know, we have this thing called ARPA, and if there's different funds, I mean, so questions are raised, but not answered in ways that people understand. So I do not want to put a bad motive to Miss Pat. I believe that she is calling attention to something that she regards wasn't fair. It may be that according to the rules, it was, but it has not been explained in a way that I understand. And I know that she has ended saying that there is still some more ARPA money and there still needs to be more distribution. I mean, it does seem that a struggling business that was perhaps underfunded didn't do everything perfectly. Well, they asked for help. I mean, do you have to be perfect to get help? I thought that some of ARPA was to help people who are struggling. So it may be that, I mean, because, you know, I do trust Paul, that everything he said is true, but all I can tell you is it's not clear. It's not clear to me. It's not clear to Miss Pat. I do not put any evil motives to her. Okay. I do understand your strong defense of Rob Mora. I have no reason to suspect anything except good things from him. But I will say that it has not been clear. So it's just talking past each other continually. And that's not good. And so what we have is a racial climate which is not getting better. We have the director of CRES on a long-term leave. We don't know what's going on. We have questions about ARPA that have been raised and not answered in ways that are understandable by some of the people who have asked the questions. That's not good. So whatever high ideals we set, we still have to find ways to talk to people so they understand what is really going on and that we are clear with each other. Because I don't like it when people that I like are at each other's throats. I don't like that. And we don't need it. Thank you.
Are there any other counselor comments? Seeing none, are there any other, I'm going to ask one more time for counselor comments, and then we're going to adjourn the meeting. I'm sorry? Topics not anticipated. I'm not aware of any, but we'll find out. Alicia mentioned, thank you. I'm sorry. Anika,
I'm gonna hold for a minute. I'd like to let Alicia go ahead.
Alicia?
Thank you. I'll be very brief because, to be completely honest, I'm super tired and have a limited capacity to even speak eloquently right now or like make lots of sense. But I did want to bring up something that's like been really challenging for me, just in terms of like my demographic and who I am and serving on the council. And one of those things has been being able to participate in my uh, other counselor committees on a regular basis, which has been extremely difficult for me as like a single parent, being the only person responsible for any of the financial responsibilities in my entire household and having to work. And I feel very fortunate that I work a job where I don't have to work on Fridays. And so I can sort of be advocating for myself in committees to have our meetings be on Fridays. And I think, you know, the finance committee has been really willing to work with me, and the finance committee members have been great in terms of trying to make sure I'm included in all things, but also understanding that since Friday is my only day off of the week, that's also the only day where I can have doctor's appointments. And I have 3 children, so that's 4 people that I need to be making sure like we have our shots, we're going to the dentist, we're doing all of these things, and it's really overwhelming. And it becomes increasingly more difficult when other committees are not consistent with their meeting times. So, for example, the elementary school building committee saying we're going to meet on Thursday instead of Friday is extremely challenging for me because I don't have Thursday off. And I understand that all other committee members are able to make that change, but that's not the case for me. And for me, this is becoming an equity issue and an accessibility issue. And because I'm the only one affected, nobody seems to be caring about that. But I care because I care about the things that I'm working on, and I care about being able to advocate for the committees that I am a part of. And so this is something that I hope that we can have a more thoughtful discussion about at the council level, because I imagine that this would be equally as challenging for another single parent if they were to be on the council. And I think that there needs to be a more broader understanding of the challenges that it is to really be navigating and balancing all of these meetings and all of these things, and with taking care of a family on my own and still wanting to be able to participate. And so I'm bringing this up again because I've had an extremely difficult time attending the elementary school building committee meetings. I don't feel like my voice has been heard in terms of advocating for myself when I cannot meet the ever changing dates and times of these meetings. That the last 2 meetings have changed last minute, and I would have been able to attend the originally scheduled times, but they have been changed last minute to other times that I cannot attend, and nobody seems to care because everybody else can make those changes. And so I just want to bring that issue to light, and am hoping that we may be able to think collectively about how to prevent these things from happening for other people in the future.
Thank you, Alicia. Anika?
Yes, I am also quite tired, but I support what Alicia just said in terms of being creative. I mean, we're not all, of cookie cutter mold here. I mean, you have a lot of people that do not work like your traditional 9 to 5 or 8:30 to 4, and have loads of responsibilities. So I definitely support the idea of being creative, just to make sure that maybe we're thinking in the beginning of setting these schedules of what works best for the long haul without abrupt changes that are hard for many to navigate. And I just want to touch on the fact that I think just we, in our remaining time, and hopefully for the next council, that we can just be a little bit more mindful when it has come to the ARPA funding and the discussions that we've had and we've been going on about. These discussions have been going on for months, and we as a council have had numerous opportunities to bring facts to the table and to bring everyone who was involved around these issues to the table, whether that was in a meeting or whether that was just allowing for comments to come, to be incredibly transparent. And we have denied those opportunities. Some have even said we don't want to bring facts to the table because there's a winner and a loser. You know, and it's not really about winning or losing, but there are certain things that we have receipts for. And when we have conflicting information on one subject or on one issue, what went wrong or what didn't go wrong, of course, there's going to be differences of opinions. But at the end of the day, we've had more information and facts that we could have brought forward some time ago. Maybe when this was more of a campfire, we had some buckets of water that maybe could have calmed and explained and been a bit more transparent to the public than waiting for it to be a wildfire. And then when we do have someone speak up, this is what happens. So I think that, you know, going forward, there is a heck of a lot that we could learn from this situation about what information that we know good and well as council members that we could have brought and provided a bit more of transparency through the facts that we had. That doesn't mean it was everything, and that doesn't mean that there wouldn't have been disagreements and people wouldn't have been happy. But I think we could have, you know, avoided what is now an onion, you know, and it's just very hard to get through the layers and the core of what had happened. So I also hope that's something that we consider in the future. We all know, every last one of us know here, that we could have brought some facts forward earlier.
Are there any other council comments? Seeing none, the meeting is adjourned at 10:46.